Kicker, I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Oh, can't complain. Okay. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Oh, I hate it when music videos do that. Just stop. Just when the song's over, stop the music video. That's how that should go. But what's good? What's good? I hope y'all had a good weekend. Um, I had a good weekend. I did not like my yard work is. Excuse me. Like yard work is kind of taking over my life, and I didn't get any done this weekend because I didn't want to deal with the poison ivy. I'm gonna buy some special gloves so like I don't get poison ivy. My poison ivy's looking. I know this doesn't look good, but this is much better. It's like it's just a scar now, so like the poison ivy's gone and it's just the skin healing now. So that's good. But yeah, I I'm having breakfast with my brothers tomorrow, and I'm gonna ask them to come over and just be like, "Hey, you guys mind helping me get rid of all of my gardens?" Because I've been doing all my research about like, because like I'm gonna turn like 75% of the gardens into just like grass. Because like I like having like a few gardens, like right here is nice, and then like around my back porch there's some, and then like on that side of the house, like nothing grows over there, so they've got just like a mulch, and like I'm that's cool. I like that, and they just have like the previous owners left like a little statue there, and like that's fine, that's great. But like they turned like all along both like the fence, the back of my yard kind of turns into a V. Grass or grass? What? What's up, Catherine? But like it's got gardens all along the whole path, and then like, and I was actually looking this up. I was looking at like the satellite view of my house, and there's gardens just like smack dab in the middle of the yard, and I was like, that's kind of a weird place to have it. And I figured out why. It's because there used to be a tree there, and I'm sure like when they tore it down, they just turned it into a little garden. But I want to get rid of all of it, all of the random gardens, and just make it grass, because it's too much work. They get completely overgrown. Like so much of like my front yard has just been turned into a garden, and I'm like, ugh, I don't have the desire or the time to properly take care of gardens everywhere. So I just went, and they're just overgrown with weeds, and like that's why every time I like get out there to like pull all of the weeds, I get poison ivy. And it's a fucking mess. And like my knee is way worse this time. I got really nasty on my knee. I'm just tired of dealing with it. But I want to like just take a day, because like you have to do it properly. You have to get a tiller, and like I'm gonna have to rent a tiller. So I'm gonna have to like make sure I want to get it all done in a day. So I'm like, I'm gonna need help to do that. I'm not gonna be able to do it in a day by myself. So like, I want to ask my brothers to come over and help me, and then my cousin, have him help us too, because he's here. Definitely get rid of the poison ivy, man. It's a thing. Oh yeah, Tyler's got all kinds of gardening tools, but I don't know if, well, I don't know. I don't think he's got like a proper tiller. I'm gonna rent like a motorized tiller. I don't think Tyler has one of those. I'll ask. Like I'll bring all this up tomorrow when I'm hanging out with my brothers, and we'll see if they have special tools that I don't. But yeah, I'm gonna turn like half of this fence back into grass, all of that fence back into grass. Like it's, I don't know, it's a thing. It's a thing. It's a lot of it back into grass. It's too many gardens. Too many gardens. Too many gardens. Anyways, what's new with you guys? Tell me something exciting that's going on with you. Oh, fuck. This is actually way more exciting, and I probably should have opened with this. I booked my next trip to Orlando. I'm going to Universal because I want to do the Last of Us. Like, that's the main reason I'm going. Like, the rest of Universal is just going to be like a benefit, just like an additional thing on top of it. But I'm gonna go down to the to Universal to do the in October, early October, and I'm doing it on like a Wednesday to a Saturday, so I shouldn't miss any streams. So that'll be good. I think that's pretty much it. I would love to see the Last of Us one. I heard that Troy Baker and Ashley Johnson are actually recording new lines for the haunted house. How freaking cool is that? Gonna hear original content. I'm so interested to see how they do it. Because obviously, I mean, they're obviously working with Naughty Dog to do it up proper. But like, are they just gonna have like big screens? And I'm sure they're gonna have. I guarantee you, they're gonna have just like people made up as clickers. I certainly hope so, and like runners and stuff. Because I'd be real disappointed if it was just like an animatronic or something, or just like a screen. But like, I imagine they'll probably have like screens with Joel and Ellie. Nope, it's just me. I'm just going by myself. It's gonna be a good time. It's gonna be awesome. I love, because like I got a really good deal on everything because of my job. Real life clickers would be terrifying. I know. That was always like leading up to the show. It was like, how is it gonna translate? How is it gonna work? And it just like, it totally met my expectations in the show. It was so good. Okay. If I could work it, I'd totally join you. That would be dope. All right. Clive. So, spoiler alert. I mean, it's not really a spoiler. It's a recap of what we did last time.
This had better be the lot. It's a skiff or a bloody cargo freighter.
We took out Titan. Hugo Kupka. And it was freaking crazy. It was, they just, every icon fight, they just up it. They just up the game. It's absolutely wild.
What became of Kupka?
Did we do, I think we finished off with some side quests, right? Did we? No. I think we just like, we did the fight. And then there were cutscenes. And then we just ended as soon as we got back here. Do some hunts as a warm-up. Oh man, we got 4 hunts. The 9 of knives. It's pretty sick. Okay, let's start out with like 2 of them. because I don't want to spend a whole bunch of time doing these. Hello, friend. Lurk still working, but here listening. All right, enjoy your lurk, friend. Okay. The Breaker of Worlds. That's pretty intense. An urgent notice to all curse breakers. Due to the discovery of a fallen giant in the Rosarian ruins, we have lately been investigating. All work in the region is to be halted with immediate effect, and all members are to proceed no further than the village gate, lest the echo should be awakened by our presence. No further action may be taken without Sid's express permission. Whew. Alright, that's gonna be a crazy one. Soul Stingers, Grimalkin. Alright. I mean, 3 of these are in Dalmikia. We have no idea where this one is. How do we have no idea where this one is? In the Rosarian ruins. Why doesn't it say that? Like it... I don't know, whatever. I guess we'll just have to go searching throughout Rosaria. Alright, so we'll at least do, like, maybe these 2. Maybe this one if it's, like, the Jaw, Empty Hovel, Catery. I don't know. Maybe we'll do all 3 of these. Alright. Local map. Okay, what is it saying? The Jaw, the Catery, Empty Hovel. The Jaw. Okay. Alright, let's go here. Hi, Torgo. What's up, my boy? My best boy. Let me love you. Let me love you. Let me love you. There we go.
I feel good, boy.
He's so happy. All right. So this one was... Thank God for screenshots. Okay, so this one is the ninja guy. Okay, so we're looking for ninja guy. I love that they built in a pet the dog mechanic. I know, right? You know, a lot of these, like, especially now, pet the animal mechanics, I'm sure, are, like, just from the internet begging for that to be a thing, you know? Like the subreddit and the X, sorry, not Twitter, the X, that's just like, I mean, there are entire Reddit subreddits dedicated to, can you pet the dog? Right? So now you pretty much have to have that as a mechanic in your game. So you get approval from that subreddit. Because it's important. Maybe the most important. More important than gameplay mechanics. More important than good storytelling. Being able to pet the dog. Hey, I think that's the guy. Hey, guy. Hey, guy, you killing people? I'm gonna kill you back. The nine knives.
My blade yet hungers, and so do I. Come.
Yeah, well, you better get good, son.
Flesh. days are over.
Ow. Come on! Oh, shit. You killed chocobos too, you son of a bitch. Why can I not dodge today? Christ, I'm a cracker. God damn it. Fucking poison mist. God, stop doing that! Alright, come on. I feel like I do that one either way too early or way too late. Really? I thought I was supposed to, like, almost like an automatic parry when I get that. See? That's how it's supposed to be done. There we go. Really? I dodged it, and then he still hit me. There we go. No, 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 no. Okay, we're good. There we go. Oh, come on. What even was that? What even was that? Son of a bitch. There we go. It's giving me old school Street Fighter Vega vibes a bit. I like it. I like it. Son of a... Undermine? What is this?
Too slow.
Come on, get that parry.
Nice try.
You say he's gonna break my blood? Hey, let's go. No, no poison mist. No! Fail!
Nice try.
Son of a frickin' poison. Get up, Clive. Get him down, get him down. No. I'm glad like he doesn't really do any follow-up moves when he does that poison mist.
Fine hand.
Come on, let's go! Let's freaking go! Yes! That's it, baby. You are one dead nine of knives. Boom! Let's go. Notorious Marcus Line. Feels good. Feels good.
Those who kill for sport deserve no better.
Alright, nice. Okay, I did use up, like, a lot of potions. Maybe... You guys alright? Yeah, sorry about that. But hey, also, I killed that other guy. Alright, yeah, let's head into town, and then we'll, stock up, and then head back out. I have a feeling the one with all the bugs is going to be annoying, because it's not just one. I'm going to have to, like, focus on all of them. Keep an eye on all of them. I like the one-on-one fights. But when there's a bunch of them, it complicates things. So what y'all been playing this week? I've just been playing Hogwarts Legacy and loving every minute of it. Has anybody here played it?
Here you are.
Witcher 3?
Excellent
Nice.
choice. Thank you for your custom.
You played Hogwarts? Man, I love the Room of Requirement stuff. I love the Room of Requirement stuff. Like, I recently unlocked the, basically the Pokemon part of the game. And that is my favorite part of the game so far. I absolutely love, like, and it's like a very simple, it's not like a farming sim where it's really involved and complicated, and which, like, I mean, I love farming sims. It's very simple, but I love going out there, and like the music is so good that I just go out there and just hang out, and like I'll build some stuff just to like chill and listen to the music. I love that part of the game. It's so fun. You could be. It was amazing. So nostalgia inducing, right? Right? I wish. So it's funny that there's like a magic spell to brush all of your pets. And I was like, can we just have a pet mechanic? Like, you have hands. Can't you just pet them and scratch them as well? Because there's the pet cats mechanic in the game. Like, just apply that to the other animals. That game gave me some serious just jaw-dropping moments. I agree. Like the first time I didn't realize. I don't want to like this is like minor spoilers. So like close your ears for a second if you want to like mute. But like the first time I realized that there were unicorns in the game and you could pick them up and get them, I was like, that, like, I don't know why, that got me so excited and I loved it.
The most fragrant herbs and
Oh yeah, I heard that. But yeah, it's good. I'm loving it. Okay, where's our next? Hold on. Local map. Okay, where? Oh, oh god, there's so much I haven't explored. Oh, there's so much I haven't explored. Okay, there's a chance that, like, the stuff I have to do just isn't up on the map yet. Okay, we did this one. We can delete this one. The Cattery Empty Hovel. First time I went to the courtyard outside the Great Hall and flew were big ones. Oh yeah, for me. The first atrium you get in the room of requirement. Yeah. I get that. I get that. Like, I still love just flying around. Like, I don't fast travel that much just because flying around is so much fun. And again, the music for flying around is so good. I love just getting up there and flying around. And it's fun, like, and I feel like The Witcher is actually another good example of this. Like, the random events that happen as you just walk around the world are fun and interesting. So you don't want to fast travel. I like flying and I like walking around just to see what random crap I come across. But how are you enjoying your second playthrough of The Witcher 3? I mean, I don't know the fine details of it, but it would be fun to see, like, what choices you made the first time and what choices you're making now. Okay, I think I'm not going to worry about the hunts right now. I'm sure we're going to be coming back here at some point to other parts of the map that we just haven't opened yet. And we'll just mess with that then. Alright.
What became of Kupka? Why haven't we heard anything?
Try to stay calm. I'm sure we'll hear something soon.
It's fun. I chose the other romance choice. Gotcha. Doing some other things differently to have a different save to load into Witcher 4. They end up doing that like they did with the other games. Yeah. That's smart.
Welcome to the Patron's Whisper. Is everything we've received and everything promised?
Oh, nice. We get just a bunch of ability points? Hell yeah. I like that.
You earned this. Come again. I may have...
Alright, let me check out the ability points then. Abilities, that's what I'm doing. Speaking of romance, anything beyond the almost kiss for Clive and Jill yet? I'm a bit behind you. Nothing yet. Nothing yet. I feel like last stream Jill wasn't with us very much. Okay, we can upgrade the limit break. They just don't use that much. Yeah, I use this a lot. Let's upgrade that. This is... Yeah, let's upgrade this. I can go and yeah, let's go ahead and upgrade this all the way then. Nice! Good work, team. Oh yeah, there's still a lot of these I could upgrade, like the sort of the basic moves. Okay. Okay, just gotta keep that in mind.
Oh, yeah.
Final Fantasy really does the slow burn romance thing. They really do. I mean, Jill and Clive have known each other for at least 13 years, and there has been tension for at least 13 years. That's a hell of a slow burn. I mean, they weren't together for like, what, 8 of those? Wait a minute. 8? Is it 18 years? Because I think it was 13 years between the first two, right? Like the first jump, and then there was another 5. Is that what it is? 18 years? So it's been 18 years of romantic tension? But yeah, they're like for 13 of those years they weren't together. Still. Right? 5 years is a long time to do nothing. Very true.
When it comes to boyish charm, Goops has an indomitable rival in Gav. One is the sweet little babe in arms to be cooed over. The other, the naughty little boy who'd pull on my pigtails.
So she's still on Goots?
When it comes to boyish charm, Goops has an indomitable
Oh,
rival
Gav. She's talking about Gav now.
Gav. One is the sweet little babe in arms to be cooed over. The other, the naughty little boy who'd pull on my pigtails.
I think you might be barking up the wrong tree with that one, though. But good luck.
I think mid might need some help.
Could be playing for both teams.
If I don't come up with something soon.
Anything we can do here? Alright. Alright, let's just move on with the main mission. Do we want a reading table? No, it's not good. Do you want to hear the state of the realm? Let's do the state of the realm thing. I like those. What up, Viv?
Ah, my favorite pupil.
How may I help you today?
Situation.
Study it well, Clive.
I guess there's just updates. There's not like a new video. Alright.
Thus ends today's lesson.
I'm on a mission where a village has been cursed and turned into pigs in The Witcher. I don't remember that one. I might not have seen it. But that makes me think of the Twilight Zone, you know? There's like 10 episodes of the Twilight Zone. It's like beauty is in the eye of the beholder. You know what I mean?
Clive, you're back. I am. And with glad tidings for once. Hugo Kupka is no more. Well, I'll be. All of our comrades who lost their lives back at Sid's place, be smiling down at you right now.
We had a stolus from Lubor saying Drake's fang had fallen. I expect that was your doing as well, was it?
It's a long story.
One for the history books, I'll bet.
Welcome home, Clive.
It's good to be back. You look better.
I feel it. Which means I'm coming on your next little adventure. You're not leaving me behind again.
Wouldn't dream of it. Otto, any word on the Royalist movements since I've been away? Shouldn't you be putting your feet up? If you really want to know, go and have a word with Vivian. Thank you. I will.
The one where she's pretty, but they think she's ugly because they're all big faces. Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
The conquering hero returns. And with hardly a scratch on him.
I may have picked up one or two.
Well, the fact that you came straight to me instead of visiting our resident physiker suggests that you picked up something more important. A scent. The scent of Waludas.
The very same. But whatever plans Kupka was hatching with the Royalists, he took them to his grave. As did his men. Slaughtered by the orcs who'd taken over the Fang. Orcs, Vivian. I've never seen such creatures in Storm before. The Waludas must have ferried them over from Ash, but why? Why work to rescue Kupka only to invade his home, the mother crystal of an allied nation, and let both fall? It makes no sense.
Do you know the tale of the blind men and the Adamantus? One can often be led astray by focusing too closely on individual details. One must instead see the bigger picture. And what bigger picture is there than my map?
Nice.
The Kingdom of Waloed claims dominion over all of Ash. It is a nation forged by the bloody conquest of Barnabas Tharm, the dominant of Odin.
Tharm War.
The Canvarian War of Independence in 849. The Battle of the Twin Realms in 865. The Battle of Belinus Tor in 873. Wheresoever his armies fought, Odin was found where the fighting was fiercest. But of late, the warrior king appears to have laid his sword to rest. Battle rages for control of the crystalline dominion. Yet Tharm sends not a single ship in support of his Dalmekian allies. Meanwhile, the Blight ravages great swathes of Ash. Yet warlike Waloed shows not...
Why you keep saying words weird?
...interest in laying claim to untouched lands. So why go to the trouble of sending an army of orcs into the heart of Drake's Fang, only to make no attempt to claim the Mother Crystal for Waloed? It can hardly be for lack of men. Tharm's armies rival any in the Twins. No. We have not seen the last of the Waluda standard. Odin will ride again. It is but a question of when. And on that day, who will be trampled underfoot? In summary, I know not to what end the Royalist betrayed Kupka. I know only that it is part of some broader scheme. A scheme tied to the ambitions of one man.
King Barnabas.
But there is no need to wallow in confusion. If one is to cure a sickness, one must first identify the symptoms. And your Lord Uncle has volunteered to do just that by keeping an eye on the Royalists' movements.
What a guy.
He's really throwing himself into this.
Indeed he is. Which means all that remains for us to do is await his reports. Well, not quite all in your case. The people of the Hideaway must hear the news. Justice has been done. Hugo Kupka is dead. The wounds he left that night are still raw. especially for those who lived with Sid the longest. Tell them that those wounds might finally begin to heal. Consider it the price of today's instruction.
I've never known you to be sentimental.
What can I say? I am only human. And we are, all of us, sentimental animals at heart.
I suppose we are. Very well. I'll go and spread the word.
I feel like we have to go tell individual people. I feel like we should gather everybody together and like have a big celebration tonight. Cause like, I mean, Kupka's the whole reason that this is like this, right? Like, he completely destroyed this land and killed most of the people in the hideaway. Hi, Jill.
It's good to have you back. I was worried.
Listen, Jill. I was worried too. Let us not waste any more time. I like you, you like me. Let's have a little smooch. Mwah. He has so many opportunities that he's just letting slip through his hands. Slip through his fingers.
Ah, Clive. Have you come seeking the gift of knowledge?
No. To share mine, actually. Hugo Kupka is dead.
I can relate to that.
Oh my. Can it really be true?
Look, he's crying.
Shut up, you little bitch.
He is. Big baby.
It's okay to be in touch with your emotions, to be vulnerable.
These are tears of joy. We must offer up a prayer to your parents that the heavens might weep with us. There shall be no lessons today, only thanksgiving and merrymaking. Go, put away your things.
All right. Brilliant.
Finally, a new dawn has broken.
It has.
Thank you, Clive. I cannot wait to share the good news.
Hippocrates. After Kupka fell, Ultima came to me. I need to know what he is. Have you learned anything?
Alas, no. And not for want of trying. I have scoured nigh every historical tome in our collection and found nothing. Not even the sort of conspicuous absence that might suggest a concealment of fact. One is almost tempted to conclude that such a creature never existed.
But I saw him. With my own eyes.
I don't doubt that you did. Alas, it seems you are the only one who has. To others, he reveals naught. We see only that which he leaves in his wake, like some terrible force of nature beyond the ken of mortal man.
A bringer of death.
Whether the Ultima you met with was the being itself, or merely another projection of its power, I know not. But until I do, my investigations shall continue.
Thank you. It means a lot.
Thank you, Hippocrates. What up, Kiptaku? How you doing, friendo? Hi, Mephisto. How are you as well? Said it before, that would not be me. Clive would have been did long ago if I were Jill. I believe it. I believe it, Mephisto. God, I feel like I'm getting some dropped frames here. I don't know what's going on. I mean, it's not drop frames. It's just like, it's just choppy. It's like 30 frames instead of 60. make sure. I'm pretty sure I'm on... I should be on performance mode. Action focus. Where is it? There we go. Yeah, frame rate. Yeah, I want frame rate. Okay. I don't know. I don't know why it's being weird.
Thanks to Sid, the man who hurt your mother and father is gone. I'm sure they're looking down on us now and smiling.
I'm smiling too. Yeah, me too. Thanks, Sid.
Not bad for a boy from the Imperial Barracks, eh?
You know what this deserves?
You look like you could do with a drink.
A round on me!
Well, someone's in a good mood.
I am.
Drink up, you lot. The next round's on Sid.
Huzzah! I'm glad that's a fun mechanic. Doing good at work, doing my thing. How was Final Fantasy 16 going? It's going good. It's going good.
Oh, keep your mug handy.
We you've played this, right? If you haven't, like, if you haven't finished it, you're definitely further than me, right? Yeah, I'm working too. Blah, boring. Sorry, life sucks. But hey, it could be worse. You could be not working. You know what I'm saying? But we just killed Kupka.
Well, someone looks pleased with himself. It's true what I'm hearing, then.
Nothing escapes you, Lady Karen. It's true. Kupka is dead.
No more looking over our shoulders, then.
Well, not as much.
Good.
There's still threats out there.
Start to get a crick in my neck. Don't let it go to your head, though. And what can I do for you?
No, we can talk to her about it.
It's a relief.
Feels like we can breathe again. No more living in fear.
Thank you, Clive.
I know I don't say it often, but I mean it. Oh, and best of luck, too. For many here, every other worldly woe paled in comparison to the threat of Hugo Kupka. Now he's gone, we'll finally have time to devote to everyday gripes and grupples. And as the captain of this little ship, I'm sure you'll be on the receiving end of more than a few. Oh, good. I have finished.
If
Okay.
you're gonna buy something, be quick about it.
I only have a second playthrough left to do, but I will wait a bit before I go for that and get the platinum. Nice. I'm like probably going to immediately do a second playthrough as soon as I'm done. Because like Fletch and me and I probably like Jorgs and stuff, we're going to do, you know, a podcast, like a wrap-up podcast where we go through everything and talk about the game. And my second playthrough, I'll like actually take notes. First time, I just want to enjoy, you know, the playthrough.
Blackthorn, do you have a moment?
What is it? I'm busy.
I want
good
to
news.
tell you that Hugo Kupka is dead.
I can't tell you how long I've been waiting to hear those words. This is it then. A new beginning under a new Sid.
Yeah.
I'll try to live up to the name.
Some big shoes to fill.
Right. Let's see if Otto has anything else for me.
Not working can be good depending on the circumstances. On vacation. Great. Lottery winner. Awesome. Unemployed. Not so good. Yeah. Exactly.
Clive. To a bloody riddance.
If there was ever a man who deserved a rusty knife in the gut, it was that prick. Not that I'd let you carry around a rusty knife. His death won't bring back the people we lost, but it'll ease a few hearts.
Mine included.
Thank you. Really couldn't voice act that. Thank you.
Sancfordian, dear.
This game is silly. 255, 240. White worm bone. Where do we get white worm bone? I want that diamond sword. It's not a hunt. Should we go ahead and... What am I using now? Let's compare. Shit. That's not what I was doing.
Back, are ya? So, what'll it be?
Let's... It's a lot of Wyrite it's asking for. Okay. Now let's go ahead and upgrade it.
Not bad, if I do say so myself.
Okay, let's see if we can... Ah, fuck it, we'll worry about reinforcement in a moment. Okay, nice. Okay, reinforce. Yeah, that's good. Let's do it.
My best work, but it'll do. Fine.
I did not talk to them as much due to the budget cuts on that. I don't see why they couldn't voice that. It is weird. Because, like, there's a lot of voice acting in this game. And it just seems weird that they're just, like, those types of lines aren't completely voice acted. Like, I would prefer them to just not be voice acted at all.
It's no joke.
Other than saying, like, one or two lines. And, like, it's not a big deal. Hey, what's up, friendo? We haven't done any more MSQ. We're just, well, I guess technically we have, but we're just walking around the hideout, the hideaway, telling everybody that Kupka's dead. How you doing, friend? Did you have a good weekend? Even the most inconsequential NPC has top quality voice acting. I know, right? Like, you walk by random people.
Thanks to Sid, the
And
man
these
who hurt your
these
mother
lines
and
are fully
father
voice
is
acted.
gone. I'm sure they're looking down on us now and smiling.
I'm smiling too.
I'm telling you, it's true.
MSQ, it's just something I picked up from Final Fantasy XIV. Main story quest.
Troops amassing at every border.
Full moving mode. Oh, that's exciting. Getting all packed up.
It was the same after Drake's breath.
You barely sat down since you came home. Vivian got you running errands or something? Just spreading the word. So, the professor's got a soft side, has she? I'd never have guessed. No. She was right, though. Everyone was glad to hear the news. Ah, but you ain't told everyone. I can think of plenty of friends back at the old hideaway who'd sleep more peacefully for knowing. Not least of all Sid. You should tell him. You're right. I should. And I will. Well, when you do, be sure to take Mid with you. She's been going at it hammer and tongs down in that workshop of hers, trying to do her father proud. I can't remember the last time she visited the old sod's grave. Very well. I'll suggest it.
Clive.
Here you go.
All right. I guess we got some more side quests we can do. Okay, nice intro. Okay, we'll be back. I'll go talk to Mid and then we'll do that. Done for today though. Nice. When is your official moving day? That actually reminds me, next Monday, I'm planning on helping my mom move.
If I don't come up with something soon.
I still plan on streaming, but like it depends on just how tired I am afterwards, so next Monday's kind of up in the air, just as a heads up. But I'll let you all know in the Discord.
All right, Clive? What do you want?
I'm going to visit Sid, and I thought you might like to come with me.
Saturday.
Sorry,
Gotcha.
I'm too busy for all that right now. I've got to get this thermal displacement stack sorted.
Thermal...
Displacement stack. Here.
And this is for...
Only the fastest, finest ship the world has ever seen. The Enterprise. Me and my dad designed it together. Where other vessels rely on the fickle winds to drive them through the water, ours is fitted with mithril engines. And those things have got more push than a behemoth in a bad mood, and more heat than all the hells put together. Which is where the stack comes in. I may have already talked some tight-lipped shipwrights into putting the hull together for me in a little dockyard in Canva. But the stack's a bit more involved, so I'm building it here. Thing is, it's so involved that I'm running behind and it's starting to hold things up over at the shipyard. I'll come and see my dad, though, when I'm done. Whenever that is.
Is there anything I can do to help?
Good old Clive. I were hoping you'd say that. First things first, I need some parts meching. The stack will be made up of 3 major components. There's the plating, here, that channels hot vapors away from the engine. The helm over the top, that disperses all that heat into the air. And the shielding around the sides, that stops the rest of the ship from going up in flames.
Sounds important.
A full suit of armor, then. Probably best to take it one piece at a time.
Then you'll need to start with the plating. Everything else fits onto it. I've got the designs and the list of materials here. Show these to Blackthorn. He'll know what to do.
I can't make head nor tail of them.
Luckily, you don't need to.
Thermal plating designs. Alright. Have you fallen in love with Mid yet? I like Mid. And we've like barely had any interaction with her, but yeah, I like her. Enterprise, nice. I know, right? I should really, like, years ago, I started the OG Star Trek, and I got, because there's 3 seasons, and I got like most of the way through the 3rd season, so I almost finished it. But
I went up to give some greens to the top.
I never did. But at the same time, I don't know if I ever will. Because, like, apparently, so Gene Roddenberry, whatever, the show's creator, like, was, at my very limited understanding, he was, like, booted off of the show. And, like, when he left, it was obvious. Because the first season of the original Star Trek is so good. Like, the writing is phenomenal. Like, it makes sense why it became this cultural phenomenon. The first season, like, just watch the first episode, like, the pilot, like, the first one, like, Sean Connery. Fucking, why did I say that? What's his name? Oh! I can't even think of his name. What's his name? I am drawing a complete blank. What is his name? The main character. And the guy who plays him. William Shatner. William Shatner. He's not even in the first episode. He's not even in the pilot. But that first pilot episode is, like, it's phenomenal. It is, like, Black Mirror level Captain Kirk. Yeah, Captain Kirk's not even in it. It's like the best episodes of Black Mirror, sci-fi level good. Like, yes, the sets and the costumes and the makeup and of course are all cheesy, but like if you just like listen to the story and the writing and like it's so good. And then it just obviously goes downhill around season 3 and it just became hard to watch.
Blackthorn, can I ask a favor?
Out with it.
It's for Mid.
This my last chance to say I'm otherwise engaged. And spare myself the arseache. Go on then. What is it this time?
She said you would know. Here.
See, not? I've only seen a couple of the OG Star Trek episodes. Yeah, no. And it's cool because, you know, it's... I think this is the correct term. Like, it's serialized. So... Well, it's the same characters. Pretty much every episode is a different story that, like, they don't really connect. But at some point in the first season, they do actually, like, come back to that first episode. And, like, there's sort of a follow-up to it. And it's really cool. Enterprise was originally a Star Trek reference in FF3. But I think its presence in 14 and 16 are more of a callback to that Final Fantasy III airship. Yeah. That makes sense. My favorite is Star Trek Voyager. Lots of action and also a fair amount of funny moments. Oh yeah. I remember watching just like random episodes of The Next Generation, like as a kid. But I don't think I ever really appreciated it for what it was. But like I started watching the OG with the intention of like watching all of the Star Treks, and then I never even finished OG. But I know a lot of people think The Next Generation is the best, but yeah, I've seen the first J.J. Abrams movie, and it was pretty good.
Well, I don't know what the hell you'd want this for, but I can make it. Won't be easy though, and I'll need help. Get Gavinotto in here, will you?
All right.
I imagine you're gonna need a bigger forge. J.J. Abrams is against my religion. I'm right there with you now, pal. But I feel like when that first Star Trek movie came out, that's why we went to go see it, because we were all about the...
Still, if that's what it takes to get her to visit Sid's grave...
That's when I still had respect for that man.
And, what is it we need to do, exactly?
Take a look at this. It's this plating. The usual sword grade steel won't work. We need something that can get very hot, very fast, and still keep its shape. That means an alloy. Something that won't break or buckle at the temperatures she's talking about. Which is where you lot come in. I need materials, and I've got my work cut out already. You'll have to fetch them. Now, there's a special kind of sand I'm after that you can only find out in the Valkyrie. Stardust, they call it. As for the rest of the stuff, my usual supply should have it in stock. It just needs buying and bringing back here.
Well, we'll get it done quicker if we split up. One of us should probably give you an hand collecting the sand.
And the other can go and get the rest from this supplier.
Right then.
Well, make your minds up who's going where. We can get this over with.
And honestly, I'm still, to this day, super glad that we saw that movie in theaters. Because of one moment. No! I will never forget that. That was so funny. Okay, story time. So we went to go see Star Trek. the like first J.J. Abrams Star Trek movie in theaters. And a major spoiler alert. Major spoiler alert coming in if you ever plan on seeing that. There's a moment at the end where it's, I forget exactly, but it's like Spock meets his father. But, yeah, spoilers for the first Star Trek. But it's not actually his father. It's him from the future, and it's played by Leonard Nimoy, and it's really cool. It's like this really cool moment. But like right before that happens, you know, he goes up to like talk to his father, and you know, it's like completely silent in the movie theater, and you know, everybody kind of comes to that realization at the same time that like, oh no, that's not his father. That's Leonard Nimoy is him in the future. And this person shouts in this completely silent movie theater, "No!" And the comedic timing could not have been better. And it was like opening weekend. It was a full theater. Oh shit, you had to be there. You had to be there, but it was really funny. I know, right? And the whole theater was laughing, but at the same time, we were all like trying to like stifle our laugh.
He cracked the crystal too.
Because it was like this big moment that was supposed to be serious and like, you know, a big surprising twist moment. Oh, what am I doing? Oh, I'm talking to him again. Speak with Blackthorn. Gather the necessary materials.
You going after the Stardust then, are you?
I guess.
Which one of these two lucky souls is going with you?
Ooh, I get to pick? I mean, it's gotta be Gav, right? I mean, I like Otto, but Gav. It's gonna be Gav.
Gav, you're with me.
All right then. So, where do we find this Stardust stuff?
There's a river that runs through the southern reaches of the Velcroy. It's the black sand that washes up on its banks that you're after.
Southern reaches of the Velcroy,
Of course you
eh?
take Gav.
That's down past
Of
Alamil.
course. It's not really a question.
I'll go and scout the place out. See about hiring us a wagon to bring the stuff back to.
All right. I'll meet you by the river.
While you're off having a paddle, I'll pick up the rest of the stuff from Blackthorn's supply. Take care.
You two, eh? Don't go letting him fleece ya.
Fleece me? I'd like to see him try.
In your own time.
It's good to have you back. I was worried.
Every missed opportunity. All right, let's actually do the side quests, and then we'll go pick up the materials.
Fancy a look at the list, do you? It was luck, and luck alone.
That saw me safely out of the hideaway that night. So many others didn't make it. I see them, you know, in my dreams sometimes. Always tell them I'm sorry that I wasn't able to save them.
But now...
I can tell that something's different. That Kook is dead. That you avenged them. And I know what they'll say to me back. Say back to me. So let me say it for them.
Thank you, Clive.
Hey, we got the whole sentence. Thank you. I was like, thought for a second he wasn't gonna say Clive. And then he did. Okay, let's do this one first. But before we do, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Be right back. Hello, hello. You know, I noticed. I think I noticed this actually last stream. When you run ads, it used to stop pre-roll ads for 30 minutes, but now it does it for 40 minutes. So, happy about that. All right, great for justice. For great justice.
Good day to you. Sid.
The crystals we get from the tail are all but worth.
We had to dig a new cellar to store all the unsold barrels.
If too many barrels is your problem, I reckon I could lend a hand.
Hello, Sid. Take a seat where you like.
Man. Classic Final Fantasy. Pro tag. Just everybody's just throwing themselves at him. Everybody.
Ah,
He's just like,
Clive, your timing is exquisite as always. I have a concern which you may be able to assist me with.
Go on.
There are whisperings afoot of shadowy figures having been sighted outside the village. Rustlings in the undergrowth, suspicious noises. My people fear that they are being watched. It may be no more than a surfeit of nerves, understandable in the current climate, or it may be the prelude to something altogether more dangerous. Given what I hope you'll forgive me calling your nose for trouble, I wondered if you might investigate.
You got it, dude.
Of course.
Excellent. You might begin by speaking with the good citizens of Lostwing. Listen to their tales, and make what you will of them.
All right. I will.
He do. And also that deep V, that gray hair, that scruff, that giant sword. He's kind of got it going on.
Right. Let's see what the people of the village have to say. I'd better find out if this is just nerves, or something we need to take more seriously.
Hello, villager, stall holder.
You alright, Sid? Something on your mind?
There is actually. Can I ask you something? Quentin tells me people have mentioned shadowy figures out in the woods. Have you noticed anything unusual?
Oh, that. No, sorry, can't help you. I heard the rumours, mind, from the lads working over at the vineyard, but none of them has seen anything either.
All right. Thanks anyway.
What are you doing, Torgal? Sniffing the
Come
wares.
to my house, we'll have a party.
Lasting ACI? Thank you. Welcome. Welcome to the party, friend. Oh, Torgal. Best boy.
It's all but spent.
How was your weekend?
You're quite talented with that rod of yours.
Hey.
I've caught my share with it, as did my grandfather before me.
I don't think that's what she meant, bro. Man. Men really are clueless. And I say that as a clueless man. Hello, herb mother? Ooh,
Do you have a
herb mother.
moment?
I know what that means.
There's talk of suspicious figures in the woods. Have you seen anything out of the ordinary?
No, but I've heard something. Sound of scraping metal, like someone sharpening a sword.
Where was this?
In Lorbert's Pass. Was out foraging for herbs when I heard it, screeching out from between the trees. Ran back here as quick as my legs would carry me, and I ain't been back since.
I see. I'll look into it. Thank you. Seems Lorbert's Pass is our best bet then. What do you say, Torgal?
Oh.
Shall we go and investigate?
Not even gonna talk to the last person. Sounds good. Let's do it. I like that he talks to Torgal too. Glad it's not just me talking to Torgal. You know, it would be nice if Gav came with us on, like, if he was just a party member until we got to the point in the story where he wasn't in our party anymore, you know? Oh well. Look for the shadowy figures. Yeah, Torgal. You tell him.
You there.
Fuck! He's seen us. Get them before they escape.
I like always forget that they
shields.
That they cuss in this, and it's like always a shock. It's like, oh yeah, cuss. It's a rated M Final Fantasy game.
Not that we give a damn. All that matters to us is that you don't leave here alive.
How Torgal just over there holding his own. You got it, Torgal. You don't need me. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We got a cure boy. You. That'll do. Home run. Nice. Took care of your problem. It's just some Black Shields doing Black Shield shit.
Are they planning an attack on Lost Wing? I need to warn Quentin.
I think it'd be... Nah, we'll just run. I think it'd be faster to fast travel, but I don't think it would be any faster. You know, it's hard to get like a really good look at this town. Maybe from over there it'd get a better look.
You're quite talented with that rod of yours.
The crystals we get from the tailor all but
Hey. What are you doing out
Clive.
from behind the bar?
How goes the hunt for our sinister figures?
I found some black shields hiding near Lorbert's Pass. They're gone now.
Black shields. The Empress's former bloodhounds. Though they serve another master now. One who means to root out and destroy both me and those I care for. And it would appear the pack has finally caught the scent of its prey. Damn it all. I had hoped I would have more time than this. More time to prepare. But if we are cornered, we have no choice but to bite back. And bite back we shall.
Hell yeah.
I'm sorry. You're going to need to explain. Who did the Black Shield serve now? And why would that person want you dead?
Because I want him dead.
That's fair.
Who?
The former Lord Chief Justice of Sanbreque. All that I have built here is for him.
I don't understand. Why him? Why Lostwing?
I suppose it is better that you know the truth.
This
I
is-
was a
this
member
is
of
getting
the
juicy.
judiciary once. So sickened was I by the injustice of this world, I swore to fight it. And fight it I did in my own small way. I saw more than a few corrupt officials condemned to the very cells into which they had thrown blameless innocents. Men to whom the law was but a scourge to turn against the powerless. And throughout, it was the Lord Chief Justice who backed me, who was my one true ally in the quest to see justice done.
So what changed?
I discovered that he hunted bearers for sport. I was a fool to think he shared my hatred of venality and vice. His support for me was no more than a facade, a means of ridding himself of his rivals, a mask to hide the rot beneath. I filed suit against him immediately. His response, however, was rather more visceral. He had my entire family slaughtered, and he faced no punishment whatsoever. I lost everything. My loved ones, my livelihood, my position, the faith I had once held that any modicum of justice might be achieved through the courts. So I set about enacting my own. I tracked down every soul who served him, and slit their throats myself. But the man himself proved an altogether more difficult target. With money and power come protection, and so I saw that I would need an army of my own. I came here to Lostwing and began recruiting like-minded individuals.
And everyone here knows this is why you do what you do.
Of course. They too have lost loved ones to the bearer hunts. Seen faultless friends sent to the gallows to spare the guilty. All under the watchful eye of the Lord Chief Justice. Our wounds are the same. And our cause is the same. We are comrades. And our revenge is already in motion. We know where he hides, how numerous and well-trained his guard. What we did not know until now, however, was that his plans may already be in motion too.
Quentin.
Our time is short. He may move against us at any moment, unless we move against him first. My friends and comrades, it begins. Make ready for war.
Well, there you go. So that's been Lostwing's goal since the very beginning, since its very founding.
I'm not going to change his mind.
Interesting. That makes Lostwing a lot more interesting. IMO. But at the same time, it was a bit verbose. I feel like they could have said all of those things in less words, and it would have been more effective. But that's okay. There are worse problems to have in a video game. Okay. What was this? Yeah, let's go ahead and go here. Guess we can knock 2 birds out with 1 stone.
My carpets.
The most fragrant herbs and spices from the breadth of the twins.
Now there'll be no one to man the shop.
Hello, Master Baker. Gotta make sure I say that right.
And without so much as a by your leave.
What's the matter?
It's my apprentice. He up and vanished while my back was turned. I'd go and look for him myself, but I've got a bakery to run. A bakery that's now short 1 pair of hands. Loath though I am to rely on the kindness of strangers, I'm at a loss. Please, will you see if you can find him?
Yeah, I can see that. Like, that last interaction with him, for sure, I ended up liking him a lot more than previously. I mean, I liked him before, but that definitely made him far more interesting. I mean, true, but yeah,
I'll see what I can do.
See if I can find your.
Do you know where he might have gone?
Apprentice baker.
I wouldn't be surprised if he was off somewhere mooning at Drake's Fang. He used to work there, you see. Poor fool left his heart in its hollow.
All right. Then that's where I'll start.
Use your loaf.
Oh, where did all the men of the rock go?
Probably ran out of gil, just like us.
Yeah, we're just gonna fast travel. Thought Quentin was sus at first, and he was, but not in the way I thought. You ready, Torgal? Sure, there's gonna be some fighting. Or he could just literally be lost, which would be surprising. Hello? Can't, like, up there. Oh, hey, there he is. This music is kind of giving me Persona 5 vibes.
Excuse me.
What do you want?
The baker sent me to find you.
I am a sorry, selfish sod, aren't I? Certainly not a baker. Master must have ruled the day he took me in. Time was the sight of the Fang used to calm my nerves. But now look at her.
I take it you missed the Mother Crystal.
I hated her, but she was all I knew. Worked her mines for years. And when she shattered, part of me shattered with her. I had to trade my pickaxe for a rolling pin, but I'm no good at baking. Every loaf I touch collapses. My bread's as hollow as I am. She was the only thing that could fill the hole inside me. Oh, I loved her, damn it. But now she's gone. She's never coming back. What am I supposed to do? I ask her. How does a shell of a man learn to live again?
Did take up another hobby? I don't know. Express yourself, remember the good times, focus on your work. Express yourself.
Perhaps you could express yourself in your work.
Take up crocheting.
If you missed the Fang, maybe you could recapture it somehow.
Recapture it? I'm a baker, not a... You know, you might just be right. What a fool I've been!
Like a fang
I have
loaf?
to get back to the bakery right away. Thank you. Thank you, my friend. You've opened my eyes.
Hey, no problem. He's very excited.
Wait.
I mean, it did kind of look like a loaf.
Suppose he won't be needing an escort then.
Compared to the rest of the crystals, I mean, it definitely looked like a loaf.
My carpet.
Take a sniff, good sir. Be transport.
Ah, there you are. The man who lit a fire under my wayward apprentice. Though I worry you might have stoked the flames a little too high. He damn near ran me down trying to get to my oven.
Master, it's ready. Behold the Drake's Balm. A truly unique creation.
I dare say it is.
Don't look half bad, actually.
Just look at it. A perfect likeness of the Fang herself. Her steepled peaks, her fulsome spurs, her inviting hollow. True, my loaves collapse more often than not, but what's the Fang without her crater? Why, no Fang at all. And look, inside. She's filled to bursting with a bounty of beautiful crystals. Salt crystals!
Salt
Master, I have found my purpose. I must use my work here to preserve the memory of the Fang.
Well, if it tastes half as unique as it looks, I'd certainly say you're onto something.
I mean, it looks pretty good. It looks like a jelly donut, like a peach
Not
donut
only
or
is
something.
my apprentice back, but he's finally pulling his weight. With any luck.
Hey, what up, Green Dragon?
I'd even have a new delicacy on my hands. I don't know how you did it, but you have my thanks.
The salty part. I mean, you want a little bit of salt in your whatever you're baking, but whole crystals of salt. I don't know. How was your? I did see your stream a little bit yesterday. Saw you rock banding it up. Goblin coin, nice. What?
Now, Dusan, I know you're keen, but do you have to use the good salt? Leave some for the rest of us.
Sorry, Master. I'll go and get some more later.
How is it? Somebody has to taste it. I would be glad to be the first official taste tester. That's... You can't just, like, make it and not let me know how it actually is. I mean, I feel like they're implying it doesn't actually taste good, but, like...
Lord Kupka.
There's only one way to find out for sure. Alright.
The finest fabrics, fresh from the capital.
Yeah, I love Rock Band 4. Thanks for stopping by my stream. Hey, no problem. No problem. I do
Looks like
love
I found
me...
the river. Now where's Gav?
I love rhythm games. I played a lot of Guitar Hero 3. I think that's when I put the most hours in. But then I play a lot of Beat Saber. I still play a lot of Beat Saber. I love Beat Saber. What up, G?
Sorry to keep you, Gav.
Better late than never. I've had a quick scout about, and I reckon round here's our best bet if we want to grab as much of this Stardust stuff as we can.
Stardust stuff.
Don't know what Blackthorn's planning to do with it, though. I asked over in Dalamil, and they seem to think it was worthless. But if Stardust is what Blackthorn wants, Stardust is what he'll get. There's plenty of this stuff lying about, just begging to be bagged.
Nice.
Then let's get bagging, shall we?
We shall. Race ya.
Old school Guitar Hero was awesome. It was. So, what does Stardust actually look like? Shiny dust. Fair enough. All right, there we go.
So this is Stardust. It just looks like black sand to me.
No, I guess it's just black sand. It's just shiny for the for the player. In my mind, it's gonna be sparkly. All right, it's called Stardust. It's got to be sparkly. Okay, up here. Ashes to ashes. Stardust to stardust. That should do it.
That should be enough for now. Let's see how Gav's getting on.
This game looks amazing. It is so good. It's a bit controversial because it's very different for a Final Fantasy game, but I absolutely love it. Unfortunately, I can't make a PS4 version. Like, honestly, like, this is the first generation that has ever bled so heavily. And, like, I get it because PS5s were so hard to get for so long, but, like, no other gaming generation has bled so heavily into each other. You know what I mean? Like, when the PlayStation 3 came out, like, within a year, like, PlayStation 2 games just weren't being made anymore, you know? And same thing with PS4. Like, PlayStation 3 games just stopped being made. Like, pretty much as soon as the PlayStation 4 came out. So, like, we were kind of lucky to have... Because, I mean, what? It's been, like, 3 or 4 years that the PlayStation 5 has been out.
You finished? How much did you get?
Enough. I hope.
I got 5. Exactly 5 Stardust.
Oh, you win. That might even be enough for old Blackthorn. Hey, before we go, do you mind if we have a chat? Feels like ages since we had the chance to talk. You know, man to man like.
It does, doesn't it?
Back when you first took Sid's name, we were talking all the time. Working out what to do in that.
There was a lot to work out.
And there still is. Those shoulders of yours starting to feel the strain. Hardly ever see you around the hideaway nowadays. Always on some errand or other. You can take a day off, you know.
Says the man who spends most of his time behind enemy lines.
Only 'cause you keep sending me there.
Give Gav a day off.
I know I can count on you, Gav.
Likewise. So you keep sending me wherever you need to, and I'll keep going. Safe in the knowledge that I have a home to come back to. Thanks to you. Right. That's enough soppy shite for one day. We'd better get this lot back to Blackthorn before he slings his hammer at someone.
You go on ahead. And try to get some rest once you're there.
Oh, I plan to. Believe you me. After Blackthorn gets what he needs, of course.
What do you mean by a PS4 2, Fletch?
Ready to go home, boy?
Because, like, we had the PlayStation 4 Pro, the PS4 Pro, and then, like, the PS5 plays every single PlayStation 4 game. So, I mean, for all intents and purposes, the PlayStation 5 is a PS4 too. Alright, back to Blackthorn. Do we want to... No, we didn't, like, open up any more paths. We didn't go any place we hadn't already been. Alright, let's just head back.
Let's hope this is all Blackthorn needs. Blackthorn, got everything you need?
Yeah. Yeah, I do. Cheers for the Stardust. Should be enough to be getting on with.
We should go out on maneuvers together more often. You know, it beats sneaking around on your Todd all the time.
I'll make a start on putting this thermal plating together then. It'll take some time, mind. So if you've got other things to be getting on with, I could do without you breathing down my neck.
Thank you, Blackthorn. I'll let Mid know construction's underway.
Nice. That was kind of like... I feel like that was like a Heavensward mission where they didn't make you get all of the materials because they made up extra materials and made other people go get them, even though it was like literally the exact same amount of work that would have gone into it. But I like that. I like that they have other people doing other work, you know? So it doesn't feel like it's just you doing literally everything. PS5 is way overpriced and feels like it hit its ceiling almost immediately. I don't remember having to choose between graphics and playability for any past gens of games. I've only experienced that with PS5 games. I do agree with that. I wish I do, because like I feel like it's become this cycle where it's like every 7 years there has to be a new console. And like, yes, the PS5 is more powerful than the PlayStation 4, but it is really frustrating having to choose between graphics and frame rate. It's like just wait another couple years to where you can make the console better in every way, you know? I always go with play quality over graphics. I know, same here. Because it's like once you go 60 frames, you can't go back. It's hard going back, and like even playing Bloodborne in 30 frames was rough. But yeah, and then that was like immediately like when, because Miles Morales, it was Miles Morales, right? That was like the launch game for PS5. But even then you had like, it was a launch game and you still had to choose between performance mode and graphics mode. And like I wasn't in like a rush to get a new console, you know? It was like the PlayStation 4 still works great. It would have been nice if they had actually, and they could have avoided some of the shortage issues, some of the supply constraints, if they had just waited and made a console that I'm sure whatever the mid-generation PS5 is going to be, the PS5 Pro or whatever it's going to be, is probably what that machine needed to be. I don't know. We'll see. The PS4 felt like such a massive upgrade from the PS3 with every aspect of the games and so many quality of life things. And we are like, I feel like we are reaching this plateau of games and consoles, because from the PS1 to the PS2 was a huge jump, from the PS2 to the PS3 was a huge jump, from the PlayStation 3 to the PlayStation 4 was a huge jump, but then like we are kind of like we're reaching photorealism and like we're not quite there, but like quality of life stuff, like you said, is just like we are reaching this sort of plateau where it doesn't feel like the SSD was a huge jump up to where everything is much faster. But like that's kind of the only huge, like, even a lot of people, me included, can't really tell that much of a difference between 1080 and 4K, right? What I'm saying is they did not need to force this thing out in, you know, the 7-year cycle that we're just like sort of expecting, and it feels like it doesn't need to be that. Like, wait for the actual upgrades as opposed to forcing the upgrades every 7 years. I'm sure the Xbox Series X in this has the same problem. I think it's just kind of a shitty era of gaming tech, and by shitty I just mean it's growing pains. Yeah, at some point the differences are going to be imperceptible to human senses. Yeah, because like the difference between 60 frames and 120 frames is like you can't tell a difference. It's, I mean, maybe if you're like doing fast-paced online first-person shooters, like maybe there's, you know, if you're really perceptive and you're like fast and you have crazy reaction times, you can notice. But like count to 60 in 1 second. That's how many frames there are. Like, that's crazy. And it is almost imperceptible. You're right. That's a good way of putting it. I think that's why it's more frustrating to have to drop $500 for a limited commodity to play games that feel more or less the same. Yeah. I don't see a difference in HD TV than 4K. Because it's such a slight difference. It is. It is. Like, I remember Video Game Donkey had that video where he talked all about quality. And he had this side-by-side picture of a shot in The Witcher that was like 4K and 1080p. And he was like, just kidding, this is just a 1080p, and no one can tell. And like, it's good that things are getting better, but like, and like, you take the components of a PlayStation 5 and make a PC out of it, the PC is going to be 3 times as expensive. So like, we're still getting a good deal on a PlayStation 5, but I don't know, that's not where PlayStation makes their money, you know? They sell consoles to sell games, right? Like, the games is where they make their money. Like, I think when the PlayStation 5 first came out, they were actually taking I haven't like looked at the numbers, but I think they took a little bit of a loss on every console that they made because they knew they were going to make it back in games. But I think since then, they've basically, it's like they're breaking even on everything they make now, on every console. The next frontier for gaming is probably AI scripted in PCs. Yeah. I know there are games out there with that, but it's, you know, it's very early stages and they're experimental and they're far from perfect. I saw a 4K TV and I'm like, it looks the same as HD TV. Yeah. It's, if you have them side by side, it's hard to tell. Unless it's like a massive screen. That's really the only way you could tell. To see a real difference, you need to jump like CRT to 4K. Yeah. And even then, like, in analog, you don't lose any picture quality. I don't know. It's, I think about that like when TV was all antenna, you had one thing sending out a signal and it didn't lose any quality depending on how people watched it, you know? With digital, which is why they can like charge per gig, because the more people that watch it, the more data, the more power they have to send through. It's like old antenna TV was incredibly efficient compared to what we do now. AI will be making games in the future. That would be interesting. AI fully making a game.
Suppose we'd better be getting back to work too.
Give us a shout if you need anything.
Like, here's what we needed as a baseline for the PlayStation 5. Ray tracing at 4K with 60 frames. Like, until that, like, we should have waited until that was a baseline and not have to compromise between those things, you know? But here we are. Here we are. I don't want AI making games necessarily, but giving NPCs AI learning to help improve the lived-in-ness of the world would be cool. Yeah, yeah. And there is a, I mean, like I said, there are like basic games that have AI driven NPCs, but they're very, very basic. But even those games are like, it's really cool how they work. And I mean, you could have infinite replays of a single game if, like, how you actually, you know, like, there's like video game logic, right? But like, you could remove that video game logic and just have like actual logic if you had AIs that were smart enough to react to exactly how you were playing, you know? And that would be super interesting and give you, like I said, infinite replayability. And I mean, imagine an MMO that just has that. I mean, you could play it forever.
Editors started reading books that don't have any pictures.
But like, imagine if Gav could read the game data to comment specifically on the way you play the game and say different things based on which quests you decide to do or not. Yeah, that would be cool. And like, not just in like a Psycho Mantis way where there's just like a couple of preset things, but he actually reacts to how you play the game. And imagine if that was something that devs didn't even really need to program into the game. You mean just program the AI, but not have to like program the specific scripts? Is that what you mean?
If I don't come up with something soon.
Because like once voice, because we're already honestly pretty close to like voice acting AIs, like TTS kind of stuff is pretty close to being able to mimic human voices, right? Like with intonation and I don't know. So like if you could just get a voice actor to read all the main storylines and the AI uses those vocal patterns to construct theoretically infinite dialogue options. Yeah. I think that's the next frontier. Graphics are as good as they need to be. Yeah. How would voicing work like Siri? Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Like, because you have, I mean, think about those videos with like Obama, O'Biden, and Trump playing video games, you know? Like, it would basically be that. But yeah, exactly. They would still need to pay the voice actors per game. Like that's bullshit. What like the movie industry is trying to do. Like pay them once for their likeness and just use it in perpetuity. Like that's some bullshit. Like even if that's what you wanted to do, you should still, which they shouldn't, but like pay them for every project that you use their voice in. Let them do the hard work and let the AI fill in the menial shit. Yeah. Yeah, I love those. I know. Some of them are really well written and they're hilarious. They had her say a bunch of random shit and develop kind of a syllabary. I know what you're saying. I don't know how that word's pronounced though. With different tones and inflections. Yeah, that's cool. I didn't know that. I just assumed Siri was completely like a robot. I didn't realize that Siri was an actual person, like a specific person. Like, I remember a couple years ago, the lady who did the like touch tone, not like the number you have reached, blah blah blah. Like she died a couple years ago, and it was like I never thought about it, but like that was just a person. They just recorded her saying that. Saw a video about it once. That's cool. Is it like on YouTube or something? Share it in my Discord if you can find it again. That'd be interesting. So like, did they actually have an interview with her? Like, I want to see Siri's face. I want to see what she looks like. Alright, mid.
You'll be pleased to hear that Blackthorn started work on the plating.
Excellent. 1 down, 2 to go.
So, what's next?
The helm, of course. For this, we'll be repurposing fallen scrap.
Salvage from the ruins? I thought that material was all but impossible to work.
Ah, but we don't have to.
I'm sorry.
Just so happens there's one particular ruin that's broken into exactly the right shape and size pieces for what we need. What's the name back there? I'll give you all the details.
What's her name? Right.
You know, she's a brilliant engineer. Maybe not leadership material, but we don't need her to be. Oh shit, I was gonna say something. I love that gig. I want to be the voice telling people what to do. What was I gonna say? I don't know. I lost my train of thought. Oh, right. You ever watched J.J. Abrams? Is this gonna be the J.J. Abrams stream? But has anybody ever watched Alias? It made me think of that because there's a moment, and like I forget, it's been a long time since I watched, but I remember they basically did the same thing where like they tried to get someone to say a certain like set of words so they could take their voice and make a recording to say what they needed it to say for like a specific password, like a biometric password or something, where it had to be that person's voice saying it. And it's funny how much work and how much effort they went into to make that thing happen. When today it's just like this thing that's accessible to pretty much anybody. It's always funny looking back and watching old like spy movies and like James Bond movies, you know, and the amount of effort they went in to like something like this is just like we could do everything that we ever needed to do with a phone now. You know, that was one of the smartest things about what's that movie? The King's what was that Colin Firth movie? They made a second one. Kingsman. in the first Kingsman movie, there's a point where like he's showing them all the cool spy gadgets and stuff, and on one wall there's just like tablets and phones and shit. He's like, oh, are those like super secret special government spy tablets and phones? And he's like, no, the private sector's just caught up to us in terms of that technology. Like, we just use iPads for that shit now. And it's just like, that's kind of cool, because it's kind of true, you know. People used to say I look like Jennifer Garner. Oh yeah, I can kind of see that. Like, you have the same facial structure. I can see that. Posted in Discord General. Not sure it's the same one, but you get to see it. Alright, yeah. I'll definitely watch that after stream for sure. Alright, Helena. Hello, Helena.
Sid, is this about the helm?
Yes. Mid said I should speak with you.
I'll show you the plans then. Here you see the mithril engine, in which mithril is burned to generate heat. That heat is then harnessed to produce motive force. Excess heat is dealt with by means of the thermal displacement stack, which disperses it into the surrounding air. Now, were we to rely on thermal plating alone to achieve this effect, the rate of excess heat buildup would far exceed the displacement coefficient of the plating. In other words, the reactor would overheat and eventually explode.
Okay.
This is where the helm comes in. It connects to the plating, you see, and serves as a sort of thermal sink to absorb all that excess energy. Our experiments have shown that fallen ceramics are remarkably thermophilic. They can withstand and absorb levels of heat far above anything we are able to make today. And not only that, they're also waterproof and immune to rust, making them the perfect material for our protective hood.
Awesome! What do you need me to do?
If sea or rainwater were to enter the reactor proper, it would vaporize instantly. The forces produced would tear the ship from stern to...
You can stop there. I understand.
Thank you, Clive.
Mid said we might be able to use parts of a fallen ruin. Where would I find it?
I mean, we're
yes.
in one.
It's in Lorbert's Pass, near Lostwing. The thing is, well, I probably should have arranged to have the pieces we need brought here sooner. You see, a certain unwanted visitor has taken up residence there. It's no longer a matter of just walking in and taking them. It's, going to be considerably more dangerous than that.
Let's get our fight on. That's why I like playing this game.
Then I suppose I'd better deal with this unwanted visitor for you. Would that help?
Oh, very much. Thank you, Sid. I'll gather my
Clive's
team
a
and head there
semi-himbo.
right
He
away.
doesn't need the deets. He really
Meet you
doesn't.
outside the ruins.
And neither do I. That is something I feel like Final Fantasy's always been good at. Like, they'll have that eccentric, super smart character who, like, wants to explain. And then the main protag is always like, listen, just what do you need me to do? And I've always appreciated that. Like, it's cool that in the game lore and in the devs, like, I think that's something that is important when you're making a thing. Like, have an explanation. I don't necessarily need to know it. Or, like, give me a magazine or like a schematic laying out on a table that I can read if I really want to know the details. But when you're feeding me storylines, stick to the basics. I wouldn't say Clive falls quite into himbo territory. He's relatively intelligent, especially for a Final Fantasy protag. I mean, he's not a himbo. We know that for sure. He's been interested in one girl for 18 years and they haven't even kissed, so...
Leave anything you don't need behind.
Is there no closer? I guess not. I see. That's okay. Which path is that? Looks So there's two paths out of here. I think it's this one. I'm that detailed nerd, but I try to tone it down to seem more relatable. And like I do appreciate that. And if there are tutorials or like I said, like schematics or something that like I find interesting, like I will read them. But when it comes to the main story stuff that you have to listen to get through the game, I feel like it doesn't need to be there most of the time. Is this the right one? Yes, okay. Under the influence, the doors of my brain fly open. Mephisto, one day, we will hang out IRL. Under the influence. We will have long conversations, and I'm looking forward to it. To no end. I love that even Torgal's getting strong enough that he just one-shots these basic enemies.
Alright.
Torgal. Man, oh man, he's got his magical powers too, I forgot. Hello? You guys good? I think we're good. Alright, where do we need to collect these goodies? Did I miss this before, or was it not here before? I probably missed it before. Oh, we've gone too far. Oh. Oh, hey, Helena.
Oh, there you are, Sid. Thanks so much for coming. The, ruins are just over there, as is the creature I told you about, I'd imagine. Would you mind?
Of course. I'll be right back.
That's such a badass thing to say. There's this big, nasty, gnarly beast over here. Do you mind? Yeah, of course. I'll be right back. Just brushed off like it's nothing.
This must be our unwanted visitor. Time to go.
Fail!
Nice try.
Ah! Let's go.
Too slow.
Well, he's even called unwanted visitor. That's funny.
Too slow.
Close. Almost didn't get all those out. Bail! 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 Oh, nice. We bailed. Just in time. Ow. You got me that time. You got me. One time I was out and about during a lunar eclipse, and after a few drinks was blah blah blahing about it. Nice. I love that.
The things I do for you, Mid.
Sid! Oh, thank goodness you're safe.
You shouldn't have any trouble now.
Indeed. Well, don't let us keep you. We'll, see that everything is transported safely back to the hideaway.
All right. I'll let Mid know you're on your way.
Running off Steam 2. Maybe we still have to do one more. The Eye of the Warrior increases strength tonic duration by 10 seconds. Gotcha. See if I have anything to say.
Your work is done, Sid. We'll take care of the rest. Let Mid know she'll have her helm very soon, would you?
We're seeing troops amassing at every border crossing.
Think Mid might need some help tidying up.
Mid, you'll have your helm soon.
Mid. Helena has recovered the material for the helm. She'll be along shortly.
Excellent. Another job well done.
And just one remaining.
Right. Right, the shielding. This one's a bit of a bugger.
A bugger?
So,
The plating's enough to stop the engines going pop, but those things will still be spitting out enough fire to set the rest of the ship ablaze. Which is why you need proper shielding. A prism for the dragon's breath that's blazing away inside. I thought a triple thick layer of tempered steel might do it. Or more of the stuff that the Fallen use, but they'd both be too heavy. The helm and the plating are bulky enough as it is. Add any more weight and the whole ship would be at the bottom of the briny before we'd even started. I need something light. But I've wrapped my brains and I just can't think what to do it.
well, if I were in need of obscure knowledge, I know whose counsel I would seek. Harpocrates.
Tomes? Yeah, well, I'd thought of that, obviously.
Obviously.
I've got all the
Never
details
doubted
written
you.
down here. Can you take this to him? See what he makes of it?
Right away.
All right. Let's run across the map.
Editors started reading books that don't have any pictures in.
It hasn't been.
Reading books with pictures is way more fun. Can't tell me no different. Like I'm
thanks to Sid.
All stocked up on everything. Hey, brother. You got some light materials
Do you
for
have
me?
a moment?
For you, Clive? Always.
Well, actually, it's for mid this time.
True.
Could you take a look at this?
Shielding for a mithril engine. Whatever will that girl think of next? And what are these notes around the edges?
She has some specific requirements for the materials. The shielding needs to be able to resist extreme heat on the inside, and yet remain cool enough on the outside not to set the ship alight, while also being light enough not to sink it. As you can imagine, she's struggling to find anything that meets her needs.
I see.
I wondered if you might know of a solution, or if you might be able to search the records for one.
Perhaps it is not a different material she requires, but a different approach.
What do you mean?
Consider the lake we have made our home. Its blighted waters eat away far more quickly than fresh water or even brine, at timber and steel alike. And yet, we have made a home here from those very materials nonetheless.
We have. But Bardolph must varnish every board twice over to keep it from rotting. And Obelus complains that without a constant supply of pitch. I see.
Early Gregorian histories speak of a preparation known as moon dew. It is said to be able to resist even the most ferocious flames. Before the dragoons tamed the worms and wyverns of the realm, nobles would daub their castle walls with it in order to guard against dragon fire.
So if we could recreate it...
It might be applied to some material or other in order to provide the protection Mid requires. As to how best to apply it and to what material, perhaps Bardolph and Obelus might be of assistance. I shall speak to them and see what wisdom they might have to offer. If you would be so kind as to procure the necessary ingredients, I shall discuss the specifics of how it might be most effectively put to use with our two friends. The knowledge of the past may yet prove useful to we of the modern era.
Thank you, Hippocrates. And since you're asking others to help you, perhaps I should too.
This is a group effort.
So you need a hand, do you?
We do. I'll be heading to market for the ingredients we need. I could do with some help. And some company too.
The other can assist me in researching how best to prepare the shielding itself.
Can we count on your aid?
Always. Well, if Jill's game.
Thank you.
I am sure either of these fine young minds would prove indispensable in my research. I leave the decision as to who will go with whom in your capable hands, Clive.
I want to spend time with both of them.
Shielding that guards against even the most ferocious flames. We could have done with some of that on Drustinus.
Victoria?
I doubt I would have survived that place with or without it. A trip to Northreach, though, I think either of us could handle.
I'm probably gonna pick Jill then, so I can see Taria's side when I watch her playthrough. Wait a minute, oh, I just need to talk to Hippocrates again.
So, Clive, have you made your decision? Who will accompany you on your little excursion?
And if both of you have chosen Taria, pick Jill so you can see
Very
her
well.
side too.
So then, what do we need to find?
I have taken the liberty of preparing a list. Here.
Team Jill.
White chocobo eggs. Pepio nuts. Are you sure this list is right? Everything on here seems very edible. I would have thought the ingredients would be a little more exotic.
Though these items may seem mundane, they have potent effects that are rarely exploited, effects for which they were once highly prized. So much so, in fact, that they were harvested almost to extinction, hence moon dews having fallen from favor. Now, of course, they can be obtained with ease. You should be able to find everything you need at the market in Northreach.
Is that so? I've been meaning to visit Northreach anyway. I'll set out now. Join me there when you're ready.
I will. Until then.
You two enjoy yourselves.
You too, Talia.
To Northreach.
Now, where's Jill?
What goodies do
And
you
what
have?
can I do for you?
Yeah.
And a fine, fine day to you.
There's talk that the glass gate...
How the hell is anyone supposed to afford that price?
Keep them pilchards nice and chilled. I won't abuse.
Are those Pepio nuts? I can never tell.
How goes the hunt for ingredients?
I've only just started. I'm sure everything we need is somewhere amongst all these stalls, though. Why don't we split up and see? We'll take a couple of ingredients each.
All right. What am I looking for?
How about you look for the Pepio nuts and some garlic? I'll find the other things we need. We can meet by the gate when we're finished.
Hi, dog. Team Gav.
Come, you'll not find a bruised pippin in the...
There will be
All anyone ever wants.
there will be shipping wars for years and years to come.
Any friend of the innkeeper is a friend of mine.
And many people that should be friends will not be friends. Clav. I love how games give you choices at times. Ever since Mass Effect started that.
I trust it's all here.
I feel like there's got to be games before. I mean, you think about like Final Fantasy VII. Even there were different outcomes based on
Keep fighting
how
the
you
good
played.
fight.
But I'm sure there's even games before that. Mass Effect definitely took it to another level. For sure. Green grocery.
What do you want? Go on. Take it.
But have you ever played Detroit Become Human? I feel like that game perfected, or maybe not even perfected, but is the best example of like ending, like different endings based on the choices you make throughout the game. Mass Effect was probably the first to do it well. Square and Bethesda had been half-assing it for years. Yeah, that's a good way to say it.
Good riddance.
That's everything.
Mass Effect was the first game I
Let's see how Jill's
played that
getting on.
required making choices. Gotcha. That's fair. And like, yeah, Mass Effect took it to a whole other level. Like, they did it better than... I mean, like, to be fair, that's very hard to do. So, like, Mass Effect made their game off of that concept, and they did it so well. And I still need to play Mass Effect 3.
Did you find everything?
I did. Here.
Detroit is definitely the pinnacle, I think. Yeah, I definitely think they've done it the best so far. Yeah.
Garlic and Pepio nuts. Perfect.
Yeah,
Now all that
it's
remains
good, right?
is for Harpocrates to somehow turn all this into what Mid needs to keep her engine cool. But before we head back, would you walk with me a while? Thank you for asking me to help you today.
Don't hope
Makes
for a
nice
kiss,
change.
Catherine. It's not gonna happen.
It does. It's good to get away from all the battle and bloodshed for once. Just being here reminds me of when we were children. Do you remember? Walking down Market Street in Rosalith, taking in the sights and smells.
How could I forget? What with Torgal's antics. Remember how his nose would prick up at the scent of sausages? He'd go racing away and we'd have to go running after him. We wouldn't catch you now, would we, boy?
Was there anything you wanted to buy for yourself while we're here?
There was, yes. Well, sort of. Molly in the kitchens told me about a place that sells particularly good pies. Thought you might like to share one with me.
I would. Thank you.
And I saw some bread. Big white cobs like the baker back in Rosalith used to make. What do you think? I thought we might get some soup to dip it in. But then I tried a slice of the butcher's dry-cured ham and it was just... oh,
You all right?
sorry. It's just... you're right. I really do feel like a child again being here with you. Clive. Is it wrong of me to enjoy this?
No, Jill. This is how life should be. And it's how our lives will be when our work is finally done. When we can live on our own terms.
I hope so. Thank you, Clive. Well, I suppose we better be getting back. I need to give these ingredients to Harpocrates and Talia. I'll see you at the hideaway.
Take care.
I will. You too.
So the purpose of these quests is obviously like for these moments, right? Like the reason we're getting all of these materials is character development for these scenes. So like, I wish I kind of wish now that it was longer, so we could also have character development with Talia and Otto. Like I'm kind of bummed that we had to choose. Like I'm happy with the choices I made, but like I want to get to know everybody more. Dare I hope. I mean, you are welcome to hope, but it's gonna be a minute. I couldn't take Heavy Rain seriously. The acting and faces were so bad. I've heard that. Like, I own that game, but like I got it for free, like basically after the PlayStation 3 era. So I never played it. But it's made by David Cage, the same guy, or written by David Cage, made by whatever, the same guy who made Detroit. So it makes sense that like they're similar. I'd love to see that game get remade. Heavy Rain, yeah. That would be good. Because again, like every PlayStation 3 game is like locked to the PlayStation 3, so. Heavy Rain could have been made better, yeah. The pie in my pants, nice. None of these character scenes are especially memorable. Reminds me of that line Jack Sparrow has in Pirates. If you were looking for the opportune moment, that was it, right? All of them are pretty lackluster. I don't know, I like that one with Jill. I haven't seen the auto option. You can play Heavy Rain on PS4, but it's still just not great. Oh really? Is it on PS4? I didn't realize there was a PS4 version. Did I know that? I don't know. I don't think I did. I don't know. I don't know. I like that. I like that Jill scene. Maybe it's just because I like Jill.
I wonder how Harpocrates is getting on with the moon dew.
But that was kind of a nice moment where they were just like, remember? Like they're feeling nostalgic for the old days.
Welcome back. I hope you two had fun while I was busy helping Harpocrates.
Ah, Clive. Harpocrates has all the ingredients. We were just waiting for you.
Alright, dude.
How's work on the shielding progressing, Harpocrates?
Well, very well indeed. And thanks in no small part to your kind assistance. I was just explaining to Tarja how we might best go about preparing the moon dew. And now that we have all the ingredients, we may begin.
You can count on me. I've mixed more than a few mysterious concoctions in my time.
I'm sure you have. What about the shielding itself?
Work is underway, under the watchful eyes of Bardolph and Obolus.
Apparently, it'll be ready soon.
Thank you. All of you.
Right then. Jill, would you join me in the infirmary? Many hands make light work and all that.
Of course. Oh, and Clive, thank you. It was nice just being with you.
It appears our work here is almost at an end. A shame. I was enjoying playing the man of action for once. When both the shielding and the moon dew are ready, it will merely be a matter of applying the one to the other. Followed by a rigorous process of testing and retesting, of course. Perhaps someone ought to warn young Mid of that.
Leave it to me. Thank you, Harpocrates.
Boom. Right? He's clearly not going to make the first move.
Well, I'd better go and give Mid the good news then.
And in this climate, I mean, I can't blame him. But also I can't blame him. These aren't like signal flares she's throwing up. She's like starting a forest fire.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Mid. But you'll be pleased to know that work on the shielding is underway.
You found something for it?
In a manner of speaking, Harpocrates knew of a substance that's highly resistant to heat. A coating that should provide the protection you need. He's supervising the construction and testing of the shielding as we speak.
Brilliant! I knew you wouldn't let me down.
Don't thank me. I'm just the errand boy.
Right then, better start working out how to bolt all these bits together. To the Black Hammer!
You know, when I got into the smithing game, I thought I'd be making swords and shields, not thermal bleeding didgeridoo-dahs.
Didgeridoo-dahs?
Displacement stacks.
Same difference. Whatever you call it, I ain't putting it together in here. It's cramped enough as it is. Let's take this outside. Mid, you get all the parts lined up on the deck. I'll take care of the rest.
On my way!
Oh, and bring me the biggest hammer you can find. This is gonna require some precision walloping.
I'm shipping those two. I like those two together. Blackthorn and Mid. his hammer and her forge.
It's finished! It's finally finished!
If you know what I'm saying.
Thank fuck for that. I'll be feeling my hammer arm for weeks.
Thank you, Clive, Blackthorn, everyone. That's 1 down and just 3 more to go.
I'm sorry.
Oh, didn't I tell you? The Enterprise has 4 mithril engines, and we'll be needing a displacement stack for each.
You don't mean...
Don't worry. Now they've got a finished one to work off. My gang in Canva can build the rest.
Good luck to them, I say. Right, I'm off to get a sling for this elbow. Any other work comes in, keep it to yourselves, eh?
What's the matter?
Nothing. Just daydreaming. Thinking about the Enterprise sailing off over the horizon to shores unknown. Searching for a land untouched by the Blight. Just like me and my dad planned. So if the worst came to the worst and every scrap of soil in the Twins turned black, we might still have a chance. That's what she was meant to be. You see, one last chance just in case we needed it. But now she's so close to being finished, I've realized I don't want her to be that. I don't want her to be just a lifeboat for us to cling to if things get desperate. I want people to sail aboard her by choice, not from the lack of it. In a world where we're not just trying to survive, but where we can actually live.
I'm working on that. And I'll do everything I can to get you what you want.
Don't you always? All right. My mind's made up. As soon as the Enterprise is fit to sail, I'm putting her under your command. Sod our plans, I'm trusting in yours.
Are you sure about this?
Something tells me it's what my dad would have wanted.
He'd be proud of you.
You were gonna visit his grave, weren't you?
I was. And you can come too now that your little project is finished.
Right. There's just one thing I need to finish up first. Won't be a mo.
Right. I'll let Otto know you're coming. Meet us in the mess when you're ready.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Oh, this is gonna be emotional, isn't it? Won't be a mo.
It told me she was building a ship.
Really? That's a ship. Let's sail it around the lake.
Alright. Before we do, though, we got side quests. Is that down in the forge again?
I think Mid might need some
The shop. Whatever this is.
Well, that's it then.
Hello, Owain.
Bugger.
I was kind of hoping, like, as we were coming down here, that was gonna be Helena.
Here, Sid. Reckon you might be just the man to help me out of a bit of bother, if you've a mind to.
Let's hear it.
Well, it's about this alembic the chief's got me making. Lovely bit of kit it is. Bunging a solution you want splitting, and it will separate it out, just like that. Problem is, it won't always get rid of all the impurities. And with some of the stuff we need it for, that ain't good enough. Which is why I've been looking for something to filter the liquid we'll be cooking off. And that's where I was hoping you could help me out.
Okay.
I imagine Ty could get some use out of this alembic too. Distilling medicines and the like. Alright. Why not?
Proper job!
So what exactly do you need for this filter?
Nothing but bomb ash'll do, says the chief. Gave me a sample she'd obtained from the university stores. Couldn't believe my eyes. You pour the blackest blight water through it, and it comes out clear as a mountain stream.
Nice.
So, I did a bit of reading about where I might be able to get hold of some. And do you know what I found out? It's only the blimmin' bones of a bomb king. They leave them behind when they die, see?
I take it that's where I come in.
If you wouldn't mind.
Gotta go fight a big bomb?
I saw a billet on the hunt board for one just the other day. Would have gone myself, but, well, fighting dirty great balls of flame isn't exactly my forte. You, on the other hand...
Yeah, they do be my forte.
I'll see what I can do.
Thank you kindly. And good hunting, eh?
The hunt board, I assume? Yeah, use the hunt board to locate the Bomb King. Alright. You got anything new to
When
say?
it comes to boyish charm, Goops has an indomitable rival.
Ask about bomb sightings. Are you on the hunt for a Bomb King, Kupo? If so, I have the billet that might interest you. Alright, nice. The Croc, Sandbreck. Okay, I can just do it now, right? I don't need to. Okay, I think I can just go hunt it now. Okay, before we do though, I have to go to the bathroom again. Be right back, friends. the Croc in Sandbreck. Okay. Shit. Not seeing any place called the Croc. The old road. Here in Norvent. Oh, here we go. The Croc. Can I? Okay.
Come on.
What up, Ambrosia? I haven't seen you at all yet today.
The wind.
How's my girl? Should we just go around? Dang it. I'm trying to hug the wall and there's so many things here. Two gil. Totally worth going out of my way for that. Okay. Make sure this is the right way. Yes, okay. Music here never gets old. True dat. Don't spend it all in one place. I'll try not to. Alright. That thing ain't dead. Don't let it fool you. It ain't dead. Bomb King. BK.
Look what we have here. Greetings, Your Majesty.
What's that? He doesn't have a stagger gauge. Blammo. Oh my god, he's splitting. Did he absorb them? I guess he absorbed them. Okay. There we go. Get him down. Stabby stab. Still bad we can't like stun lock him. It doesn't seem like we get the combo off and he only like gets actually knocked down like every other time. Fail! Nice. Oh god, there's 4 of them now? God damn. Oh shit.
Fine hand.
There we go. Shit. God damn it. How many are there now? Jeez. A lot. That's how many there are. Fail! Fail! That is utter chaos. Just trying
Too slow.
Oh no! Oh man. That's silly. That was silly. I had like full potions. I was just trying to get over to switch and to use them.
Good girl. Fly up.
Alright. Do that again, I guess. I'm like, the combat in this game is just starting to get repetitive. I'll be honest with you. Like, it's fun and it's exciting, but it's pretty much just been the same thing, and it doesn't really change between enemies. Like, I was hoping, like, when I first started playing, that different enemies you would have to, like, adapt to and change, but, like, they're all pretty much the same. You just gotta learn the moves and when to dodge.
I can walk from here.
It's not even the Berserker ring, it's just repetitive. And the sign of difficulty just kind of seems to be more health. And I'd rather have more variety in the battles. need to get the... Alright, there's just one thing to do with these guys, and that's bail. Just wait for them to kill themselves and stay out of their way. I enjoyed the battles a lot. I did it first, but it's just... It is just getting very repetitive. I was constantly trying to learn new icons, though. I don't know, I feel like I can decide pretty quickly if I like an icon or not. Bail. Ow. I did not successfully bail.
That's better.
There we go. Ow.
Too slow.
Is that him parrying me? I think that's what that is. Is that what it is?
Well done, Toro. Nice try.
Alright, bail time. Ow. Bail faster!
Thanks, boy. Get him! Too slow. Nice try.
Nice. We're getting there.
Too slow. Enough.
There we go. ink mark. I was constantly I immediately ditched Ramu for Titan, and then ditched Phoenix for the next icon. Oh yeah. I don't know. I like just the way I use the icons.
Your reign is over. Now to collect the ash. I should probably have brought a bucket.
I like Ramu better than.
This looks like the stuff.
Than Titan again.
Let's
like
see if
just
there's any more.
It's just because of the way I use them, which is like a testament. That's like you can use them in different ways. Like it's good. I think that there is a variety for however you want to use them. People can use them differently.
Kawhi needs more than this. He can fetch it himself.
All right. Back to main.
Is that the thing Tomes helped to build?
Mid told me she was building a ship.
Ah, more goodies.
How may I help you today, Clive?
Oh, let's talk to her about Kuka.
Kuka?
Thought that bastard's death would change things.
When I close my eyes.
I can still hear Yara's voice as he whispers for us to run, as he calls out to the soldier to distract them. His words saved us, and I'll never forget that. It's just like he said, words are immortal. And his live on in me. They changed my life, and I've wanted to thank him ever since.
Only I don't know how.
I don't know the right word.
I wish you were here.
To teach them to me.
Your benefactors are a generous lot.
High Cleric's Medallion. Few are those who would strive to lighten the burden borne by the crystals cursed. But if we are to survive the coming storm, we must stand together, bear and brother, as you have shown us. A friend in Northridge.
All yours.
Nice.
Best of luck out there, Sid.
Mid might need some help, Talia.
All right there, Sid? How's that hunt for the bomb ash going?
I have it here.
That's the stuff. And plenty of it, too. Enough to keep the Olympic bubbling away for a good old while. You're a gent, Sid. Let none say otherwise. Right then. Let's get this contraption up and running. There we have it. The Telemon Alembic. And it works just like the chief said it would.
Very impressive.
Says the man who cut down a burning boulder. Speaking of which, I still haven't returned the favor.
There's no need. The good it will do for the hideaway is reward enough.
Don't be silly.
Yeah, but also I'll take a reward.
Why don't you let me take a look at that bag of yours? The one you keep your potions in. Reckon I could work some magic
Oh,
on
nice.
What kind of magic?
Well,
About
we
to upgrade
happen
our
to have
inventory.
isolated a substance in our test run of the Alembic that I reckon will make even the toughest lever supple as anything. Thought we might use it to breathe new life into old boots and the like. Save the hideaway a few gil. But I reckon if we slap a bit on your bag, it'll loosen it up enough for you to squeeze in a bottle or two more.
That's
well,
huge.
It can't hurt to try, I suppose.
That's the spirit. Leave it with me. I'll only be a mo.
I'll only be a mo.
Well, what do you reckon?
It certainly feels more flexible.
Right? Told you.
Thank you. I think.
No. Thank you for supporting Mid and the rest of us in our endeavors. Without you, we'd never have been able to discover wonders like that stuff I rubbed on your bag. And I'm telling you, there's plenty more where that came from.
Well, then why don't you rub a little more on my bag? Treated potion satchel, necessary for increasing consumable inventory capacity. Hell yeah. So do you think when, because he was like, I'll just be a mo, and that's what, nice. Hell yeah. And like, that's what Mid said, right? Do you think the writers either just liked that phrase, so they were like, we're gonna use it more? Or do you think that they did it on purpose because they're like, oh, this character spends a lot of time with Mid, and like when you spend a lot of time with people, you start like catching their phrases and start saying yourself, you know? Like that's definitely like, I'm guilty of that. Like if I hang out with someone and they have like a catchphrase or like a phrase that they really like, in that moment in time, I'll also start saying it. Do you think that's how that's how I took it? I like it. Actually, I probably could stop at Blackthorn and see what he's got any upgrades for us.
And what can I do for you?
Wanna...
Purse weighing you down.
Look at that. Look at that.
Boom.
Boom.
Me blind, you know.
Look at that.
It's
Boom.
after I'll be here.
Look at. I mean, I never use these, but might as well.
Blind, you know.
All right. I haven't checked out these in a while. Automatically charges magic spells and maintains the charge until cast. Nice. Effect will not trigger unless the ability charge magic. Okay. Increases limit break generation.
Come again.
Okay.
Oh, don't. I'm not much bothered either way.
Yeah, look here.
Back, are ya? Not saying Fordian, do you?
Was what? No, diamond sword. That's what we're still looking for. White worm bone. Okay.
And
okay. Is that it for side quests? Oh no, we got another one.
He cracked the crystal too.
Wait a minute, what? We... These are side quests too? I don't remember this. Cheers for your help dragging Blackthorn out of the dumps the other day. Thing is, I reckon he's gone and thrown himself back in, judging by the droop of his jowls lately. So I'm thinking, maybe it weren't just the leather what was on his mind. Maybe there's other demons jabbing their pitchforks into his privates. I know you're a busy bloke, but next time you find yourself free, maybe we could go and ask the old bastard what's got him hot and bothered. Assuming it ain't just the forge. Alright. Nope, I guess we're gonna do it now.
Hopefully it's nothing. But I should speak to Blackthorn just in case.
bad feeling. Clive, something ain't right with that hound of yours. When it pleases your lordship, come pay me a visit at the toll. Okay.
What could be wrong with Torgor? He seemed well enough when I last saw him.
This off the record. I was thumbing through the hideaway ledgers at Otto's behest, and might have come across something that might need your attention. Maybe. And by that I mean immediately. You'll know where I'll be. Okay.
Trouble with the ledgers? Shouldn't he be asking Otto for help?
Is this other stuff? Should I be reading this? Bird by any other name. Forgive my insistence on writing you these silly letters. Would that we had more time to speak to each other in person, but for every day we spend together it feels as though we must suffer another two apart. I'm glad to hear of your most unexpected reunion with Ambrosia. Or should I say, Whiteheart. You told me once how your chocobo sacrificed herself to protect you that night at Phoenix Gate. And here, so many years later, you find she has spent her life doing that exact same thing, defending others. Some things never change, do they, Clive? I feel like I don't need to read those.
He cracked the crystal too. You're joking.
What up, Blackthorn? What demons you got poking at your balls?
Have a moment.
Not really, no.
This won't take long. I just wanted to ask how you're getting on. August was worried about you, that you might still be doubting your craft, even after learning the trick of that cuirass. Is there something else weighing on your mind? Perhaps sharing your thoughts might help.
That bastard's like a dog with a bone. Still, you got a keen eye, I'll give him that. He's just, well, Karen showed me something. Something I've never seen before.
And that was?
A sword. An odd-looking thing with a single-edged blade. The metal itself wasn't anything to write home about, but fuck me, the edge on it. You could slice a man clean in two with a weapon like that, and he'd be halfway home before he even realised he'd been cut.
So that's what's troubling you?
Nah, no. Not troubling me exactly. More distracting. Can't stop thinking, how do you get an edge that sharp? It's driving me mad.
And if you knew how to do it, we could arm the curse breakers with even better blades.
That's about the size of it, yeah.
I'll see what I can find out. Sharper swords are always welcome, and we can't have our master blacksmith being distracted.
You're a soft touch, you know that. But I can't say I'm not grateful for it. Good luck, eh?
Thank you. Let's see what Karen knows about this sword.
Need to talk to Karen anyways. You doing okay, Torgal, buddy? Shit, looks fine to me.
I got your note.
Probably just tired.
You think something's wrong with Torgal?
So you can read. Congratulations. But I didn't say I'll
Such
be
a
wrong
smart
with
ass.
him. I said something weren't right. He's not been eating me treats. He used to love cracking the bones from Molly's boiled brown, but now he won't so much as look at them. Didn't like him. Which is why I'm of a mind that his mind's on something else. You've not been working him too hard, have you?
No harder than usual. Is that it, boy? Do you need a rest?
Oh,
What was it you said
take
he
all the
was?
time you need, pal.
A frost wolf?
That's what the lawsman seems to think.
Then maybe this all has something to do with whatever it is that's woken inside him.
I suppose things have been different since Rosalith. Perhaps Hippocrates knows something.
Instead of everything, you mean? Perhaps.
Couldn't hurt. I got something else to talk to you you about, Karen.
What do you want? Out with it.
I want to know about the sword you showed Blackthorn. Single-edged and extremely sharp.
Running around after him again, are you?
I suppose I am, yes. But I need to help him find out how to work an edge like that. It's driving him to distraction.
Little wonder, I suppose. There's not many like that make it as far as the twins, and those that do go straight into private collections. Which made it nice and easy finding a buyer.
Can you tell me who bought it? Where is it now?
You think I tell people who my clients are? Suppose you're not likely to go nicking him off me, are you now? Fine. If you stop mooning at me like that. Lord Ignac's the man you want. Dalmekian bloke. Collects weapons and the like. And he's got more money than sense, which is why he's one of my favourite clients. Reckon he'll still be at the inn in Dalamil, where I left him.
Thank you, Karen.
Oh, and he's a touch eccentric, if you take my meaning.
I appreciate the warning.
I think I'm picking up what she's throwing down. Okay, Hippocrates. I've spent a lot of time with Hippocrates today, and I'm okay with it. I like him.
Lawsman, I need to ask you about Torgor.
Lawsman.
Something's not right with him.
He isn't ill, is he?
I don't think so. But according to Lady Karen, he seems to have lost his appetite, which is certainly a new development. She says he's hardly been touching his bones of late, and she believes it may have something to do with what happened at Rosalith Castle.
I rather think she might be right, though not about his appetite. All K-Nites are instinctively inclined to crack open bones for the rich marrow that resides within.
Yum, yum,
and
yum.
I see no reason why a frost wolf should be any different. Accordingly, I suspect it is not a lack of appetite that afflicts Torgor, but a surfeit of it. If we assume that his newfound magics require additional nourishment to sustain, it may well be that the bones Lady Karen is accustomed to providing are no longer sufficient.
Do you like feed him
Frost
crystals
wolves,
or
after
something?
all, habitually prey upon far larger animals, whose bones may yield altogether different nutrients. As to where one might find a suitable substitute,
to the
some
north.
antelopes that graze the meadows of eastern Rosaria have been known to grow to a size more than double that of their lesser cousins.
I don't recall ever seeing any that large.
And little wonder. The oldest and largest such creatures rarely leave the safety of the highlands for fear of predators. The last elder antelope sighting I recall hearing about took place near Cressida, and that was long before the village was abandoned.
Even so, it seems like a good place to start.
Good hunting, Clive.
Okay. Chat with Gout. I want to get to this next main mission before we call it tonight. Hopefully these side missions won't take too long.
Ned told me she was building a ship.
Clive, did you get my letter?
I did.
That's why I'm here.
Shh. I don't want to be listening.
Is this better?
A little. Listen, I've some bad news. It turns out the hideaway may be slightly behind in its payment to certain lenders, and it may be my fault. But I swear to the goddess, I thought I had the numbers square. Sadly, that square turned out to be more of a circle. Zero, you might say. I can straighten it out, I swear, but it's gonna take some time, and
money.
I'm gonna need help keeping it from Otto.
Bit late for that, I'd say.
There you are! What a surprise!
So let me get this straight. You forget to pay our lenders what they're due, and instead of coming straight to me, you get Clive to come to you. And I hope he'll dig you out of the hole you've dug for yourself. Clive, the man in charge of the place you've been cheerfully trying to bankrupt. And you thought this was a cunning plan. Why? Well, who needs paying?
Oh, just Martha. And the Dame. And, well, Lady Karen. But only 500 talents.
We owe 3 of our most trusted friends 5 million gil.
Jesus Christ!
5 million each.
That is a fuck up of colossal proportions.
We rebuilt the hideaway, you see, and well, I must have made some sort of oversight.
Those ledgers were my responsibility, and it was my decision to entrust them to you. This is my fault.
Do we have that much to hand? I can always ask my uncle.
No, we don't.
Yeah, then we just owe him money.
You won't. We've lightened Lord Rossfield's purse enough. After the king's ransom we had off him, he deserves better than to see our begging bowl. Besides, we'll need to learn to stand on our own if we're going to make this work.
All right. But that doesn't mean you have to shoulder the burden yourself. Is there anything I can do to help?
There might be. How'd you fancy taking these to Martha and the Dame?
Rocks.
Rocks, he says. Worth 1,000 talents apiece, these are. A little something Sid and I set aside for when times got lean.
How many
I
you
reckon
got?
15 million in overdue debt probably qualifies. I just hope our associates' eyes are a bit more discerning than yours.
I'm sure there will be.
Should be me making the rounds, really. But you know how it
Okay,
is with
you
this
can.
place.
That's
Orders
fine.
to bark, arses to wipe, and all that.
I know. Which is why I don't mind going in your place.
Go. Do you know why I only gave Master Clive here 2 star rubies?
Because you'd rather Lady Karen killed me.
Because I'd rather Lady Karen killed you. Yes.
Oh, that's fun.
Well, I suppose this is goodbye then.
It's been
Don't
nice knowing
worry.
you, Gout.
I'm sure Karen will understand.
Really? Do you think so?
No.
I don't.
Oh, man. That was good. That was funny. But legitimately. We're 15 million debt. Because we got gout. Cheese and crackers. Alright. Stop by Martha's place first. I love how they didn't sugarcoat that at all.
Clive, we weren't expecting you.
I wasn't expecting to be here. But it seems we still owe you a considerable amount of coin for your help with our rebuilding efforts. And though I doubt it's what you were expecting, we were hoping you'd take this as payment.
A star ruby? I can't accept this. It's worth at least twice what you owe me. More if you can find yourself the right buyer.
Think of the difference as interest.
Interest? If word got out I charged that much, no one would ever borrow from me again.
Well, I thought...
Anyway, why are you the one here asking me about this? I'd have expected Otto. Bit much sending the Lord Marquis out to settle your debts, isn't it? The old goat working himself to death again?
Something like that. Most days I think he's the only reason the hideaway's still standing.
Same as always, eh? Back when the place was nothing but a twinkle in the eye of a recently retired Lord Commander, word is he was the first one Sid reached out to. Probably knew that without his strong arm and level head, the idea would never get off the ground. Sid may have been the face of the hideaway, but Otto's always been the backbone. And when Sid passed away, we were all worried that would be the end of it. That Otto would just give up.
His death was hard on everyone. But it must have hit Otto hardest of all.
But he didn't give up, did he? Quite the opposite, in fact. If I recall, he was the one who nominated you as Sid's replacement, and rallied the rest around you. I reckon what he saw in Sid, he saw in you too. And don't we all? Doesn't hurt that you're half as stubborn and twice as handsome, neither. That, and you keep good company.
I suppose I do.
Hi, Torgal. You're supposed to stay home and rest, pal. No. I'm coming with you. Alright, we're gonna go... Yeah, let's do this next. Since we're here. But... I feel like I'm confused or I'm doing my math wrong. But they said a talon is like $1 million. Or 1 million gil, right? That's what they said? And we owe 5 million to each of them. And didn't he say that each of those rocks were 1 million each?
Good God.
So we still owe them. Like even if they sell it for twice what it's worth, we still owe them millions of dollars. Or did I mishear that? In the end, it doesn't really matter. But like, I don't know, I just like my numbers to... It's my job, though. I like my numbers to match up at the end of the day.
Well, it's certainly quiet. If I were a giant antelope, it would seem like just the place.
Ready, Torgal? Ready to get your chomp on? Okay, got some regular size antelope here.
I doubt we'll find one bigger than that.
Are they the big ones?
You hungry, Torgal?
Okay, they're not twice the size as the regular antelopes. Ow. God, the fuckers come out of nowhere. Shit. Shit. Eat up, Torgal. What you don't eat, we'll take home.
Now, will it be enough, I wonder?
No, he's so happy. Bork, bork.
I say that answers my question. Which means we owe the lawsmen our thanks. You're just a big puppy, aren't you? A very big puppy.
Love that Torgal character development.
You do know you can take that with you, Torgal. Lady Karen will be relieved to hear you've got your appetite back. Come on, boy.
You know, I feel like we're gonna have to find a couple of these elder antelopes, take them back to breed for food. Best arc in Final Fantasy, period. All of Final Fantasy. All right. Nothing else here, right? All right, let's go to... Who do we owe money to? Let's do this one. Isabel. Right. It's been a while since we've seen Isabel.
There's talk that the glass gate.
Definitely gonna go a bit late tonight. Again. But again, I also did start a bit late too, so...
Did you hear?
The gates to heaven.
I want to see you again.
What am I going to do without sweet water and oil of talc?
Milady, I come bearing gifts.
Gifts? Whatever is the occasion.
Is it really a gift if we owe her money?
Oh my. Clive, you really have outdone yourself.
Otto asked me to give it to you. To settle the Hideaway's debt with the Veil. And to compensate you for the time it took us to do so.
You disappoint me, Clive. I thought you might finally be warming to me.
What are you talking about? I like you.
Tell Otto he can keep his baubles. I tried to tell him as much the first time around. The man owes me nothing, nor does the Hideaway. My contribution to the restoration effort was made freely and willingly. It was the least I could do.
You once told me Sid did you a kindness. I'd like to do the same. Please, accept it. For my sake. And for Otto's. For all of us. For all you've done.
It is rather fetching, isn't it? Very well. Otto is lucky to have you, Clive. I doubt anything could ever replace his son. But you and the others at the Hideaway are the closest thing he has to family.
Otto had a son.
Long ago, yes. Sid told me Otto lost him when he was just a boy, and blamed himself for not being able to stop it. I don't know how it happened, whether there was anything he could have done, but it was clear that it weighed heavily on him.
I didn't know.
How could you have? I doubt anyone did. Besides Sid, I've never met a man more keen to bear his sorrows in stoic silence. An ill habit, given that both have always been surrounded by friends desperate to help them.
I'm beginning to see that. Go will want to know the stones were delivered. If he's still with us.
Really starting to like Otto. He's a real one, for sure.
People take notice of wealthy men. Shouldn't be too hard to track down Karen's collector.
The St. Drake's fang is gone. The whole
This guy is the richest? Is that what we're looking for?
What are we gonna do? Calm yourself.
Upstairs? No, those people looked particularly Look, can we not go in there?
My reputation will be
There we go.
ruined. Ruined!
Calm yourself, Lord Ignac, I beg of you, before you do yourself a mischief.
Pardon the intrusion, but
Out! Get out! I paid for these rooms so I wouldn't be disturbed. Leave me be!
Please, allow me to apologize. His lordship is going through a difficult time, and he's never been fond of guests arriving unannounced.
Radim! Get rid of the filthy oaf this instant!
Very good, Lord Ignac. Would you mind stepping outside for a moment?
I'm sorry if I've caused you any trouble.
That? Oh, no. That's just how his lordship is. Though the morning's events have left him somewhat fractious. He has been dispossessed of his luggage, you see. The thieves also made away with a considerable amount of coin. Coin the innkeeper will soon be keen to collect.
Damn,
I
airlines
suppose a
losing your
certain blade
luggage.
was among the stolen items. A single-edged sword. It was purchased from a merchant friend of mine.
Ah, you know Lady Karen. Yes, I'm afraid it was.
Then I'll retrieve Lord Ignac's luggage. But I have one condition.
You have but to state it. You are welcome to anything that is within my power to grant.
I want an audience with Lord Ignac. A few minutes should be enough. Then I'll be on my way.
A condition I would be a fool to refuse. Of course, you shall have your audience.
I don't suppose you saw where the thieves went.
I did not, no. Though some discreet inquiries made on his lordship's behalf mean that I know where you might find them. The bandit's bed. Every ill-gotten coin in Dalamil is said to pass through that disreputable corner of the Valcroy.
And that's where I'm heading.
Know exactly where that
I shall
is.
speak to Lord Ignac in your absence, and arrange for an audience upon your triumphant return.
That will be very kind of you.
Farewell, and best of luck.
Alright. When we get our airship up and running, we're gonna bail on this whole saving the world business. And we're gonna start our own airline. And we're gonna pride ourselves on not losing anyone's luggage.
Ready, go?
I feel like that's what this whole game has been leading up to. Us starting our own airline. Call it Hideaway Airline. Or Clive's Airline. Or Ifrit's Airline. Phoenix Airline? Maybe that's the one we should go with. Phoenix Airline. Mid would never let you name the airline. True. I'm sure whatever she would come up with would be better than anything I could. Let's go. Bring it on, bitch.
Come on, lads, let's tear the bastard's head off.
Bed maker? That's his one job. And they have two guys to be bed makers? Come on. Oh, I guess the other guy's died. Alright, just you and me, pal.
Let's try.
Harry. that parry.
Thanks, boy. Nice try.
Enough.
Easy peasy.
This must be Ignac's luggage. Nothing seems to be damaged. All right. Let's get it back to Dalamil.
Fast travel. Yeah, nice.
I hear I have you to thank for the return of my effects. What shall I call you, my good man?
Wyvern. Glad to make your acquaintance.
A formidable name indeed. Well, Wyvern, I appear to be in your debt. Redeem here tells me you wished for an audience. Is that all?
A few moments of your time should suffice, yes.
You're a peculiar fellow, Wyvern. All right, speak.
Master Wyvern was wondering if you could tell him about a certain single-edged sword you recently acquired.
Right, that's why we're here.
Oh, a true work of art, that one. Karen drove me hard on the price, but I would have sold her Radim here to get my hands on that sword. It was made in the outer isles, far beyond the twins, and is used exclusively by the practitioners of a unique school of swordsmanship. They believe no combat should ever exceed a single strike, and hone their blades to such perfection that none ever does. Each sword is made for that one perfect stroke, and for that stroke only. They crack upon a second blow. There's a brutal sort of beauty to it, really.
But how do they hone such an edge?
Fine question. Why, they use a whetstone, of course.
Of course.
Stones, rather. A whole array of them, ranging from the coarse to the fine. 10,000 licks with the sharpening stone, then 10,000 more. But it is the final stone which lends the blade its legendary sharpness. A mineral quite foreign to this great realm of ours. And that is the key. The secret ingredient. Wyvern, it occurs to me that my little lecture is hardly equal to services rendered. Take this, together with my regards. The very stone of which I spoke, far rarer among collectors than even the blade itself, and a far more fitting payment.
Thank you.
Pardon the intrusion, my lordship. However, it is long past time we prepared ourselves to depart.
So it is. I am locked in bitter competition with a rival collector of curiosities. I am one step ahead of the unscrupulous scoundrel, but he is hard at my heels.
Are there many other collectors out there?
Too many to count, but only one do I consider my nemesis. Lord Byron Rosfield, and is a perennial thorn in my side.
I can imagine.
Farewell, Wyvern, may our paths cross again. Radim, we mustn't dawdle.
I think his lordship is rather taken with you, Master Wyvern. Thank you again for your assistance. Coming, my lordship. I'll be right there.
Trust Uncle Byron to find such an interesting rival. Now, let's see what Blackthorn makes of this whetstone, shall we?
Nice. Everything comes back to the hideaway. It seems like they were talking about like samurai, right? That was the implication there. All right, let's make our rounds.
I noticed you and Torgal had gone off somewhere. Take him for a walk,
Samurai
did you?
DLC?
You could say that.
So, Molly's leftovers weren't good enough, eh? That'll teach me for treating you like you're still a pup.
Would you call me?
All right, no need to shout.
I ain't no
Now I
poop.
know what you're after. I can see about getting some in.
Speaking of which, I brought one for later. Can I leave it with you?
You can, eh? I'm nice like that. In return, you can thank Tomes for me. The bloody know-it-all.
I was just on my way to see him.
I guess he has a right to know.
Ah, Clive. Were you able to locate your quarry?
We were indeed, Lawsman. You pointed us in exactly the right direction. And Torgal's been a very happy hound ever since.
Very good, very good.
Lady Karen sends her thanks, by the way, for your part in solving the mystery.
Ah. But that reminds me. After your last visit, I found myself pondering Torgal's talents.
Is Torgal gonna get
you
an
recall
upgrade?
our conversation concerning Lady Jill's role in Torgal's transformation?
About how she somehow woke the power within him.
Precisely that. A reasonable conclusion, I thought. But one which raised certain questions in my mind. You see, the Fenrir of legend served Shiva and Shiva alone. And while the powers attributed to him are certainly impressive, the records imply they are somewhat different in nature to those you described Torgal as having used.
What are you suggesting?
That Torgal may be the beneficiary of more than one icon's power. Consider that in addition to Lady Jill, he has served as a loyal companion to you, your brother, and even the late Cid. In short, the icons hitherto near at hand, or should I say at paw, have been diverse and plenty, and that number has only grown as the realm's dominance have fallen to your sword. One can but speculate as to how all of this has affected Torgal.
He has seemed more fierce of late.
And if I am not mistaken, he will grow fiercer still. We are fortunate indeed to be able to count him amongst our allies and not our adversaries.
Oh, he's more than an ally. He's a friend.
Damn straight. Our best friend. Man's best friend. Of course he's a dog. Caval's Fang. Slightly increases Torgal's attack potency. I love that Fenrir reincarnates throughout the ages to be Shiva's faithful dog. I know, that's cool. It sounds like not just Shiva, even though like maybe Shiva was the one who awakened him or whatever. He's loyal to the icons now, and I love him for that. And I mean, even if he wasn't Fenrir, I'd still love him. But I love him.
Sorry for the wait. But hopefully he'll agree it was worth it.
On top of that.
You learned something about that sword then?
I did better than that.
Sundered whetstone. A slab of rock quarried on the southern continent. Its unparalleled hardness makes it perfect for sharpening blades forged from all manner of metals, from bronze to adamantine.
A whetstone? Yes. But not one you'll find anywhere in Valisthea.
Is it raining? You see that there's like a reflection of rain.
No wonder I couldn't get the same finish on the grinding wheel. One hit and all done, eh? Might not be so bad if all you ever fought were duels. Good luck on the battlefield. Your second opponent would be your last, no matter how good you were.
Even so, is there some way it could be used to give the curse breakers an edge?
I think so, yeah. With this whetstone and the right kind of steel, I could probably even make a twin of the blade that rattled me. But there'd be no replacing this little rock once I worn it down to a sliver. I reckon we get a dozen swords from it, if that. Swords that the curse breakers wouldn't know how to wield properly, and that would see them through a single fire piece. Nah, no point trying to copy that thing. Be about as much use as a wax anvil. But finishing our blades with a whetstone this fine, now that's something to consider. And what's finer than fallen masonry, eh? Or more hard-wearing, for that matter. Just imagine it. Good Valisthean steel with an edge as sharp as any found in the Outer Isles. I won't make a copy, nah. I'll make something much better.
Hell yeah.
I'm sure the curse breakers will be delighted. Just don't push yourself too hard.
Don't you worry about me, sunshine. I've been working day and night since I was half your age, and I'll still be here when you're long gone. Hey, thanks, Clive. I mean it. I owe you one, August too. It's good to know someone's looking out for me.
He'll be happy to hear you said that.
And I'll see that my debt to you's paid. First new blade I make's got your name on it. You come and find me when you've got the materials.
All right. I will.
And nobody show Blackthorn any more shit until we destroy all the crystals. Yeah. Excalibur design draft. Wouldn't get my hopes up. I'm not getting my hopes up, Fletch. Nice. Can we make it? Meow. What kind of materials do we need?
What do you need? For Sancthornian, do you?
Grimalkin Isn't that, I think that's one of the... Poor dude has an existential crisis every time he sees someone else's work. I know, right? Grimalkin. Alright, so we can probably go get that and then we can make the sword meal.
That it?
That's it.
Fine.
Alright.
Is that the thing Tomes helped?
Mid told me she was building a ship.
Get better at math, bro.
Still alive, I see. So Lady Karen accepted the ruby.
Ah, about that. I tried my best, but she was just too stubborn to take it. She threw it right back in my face, in fact, and told me I could stick my stupid stone where the sun don't shine.
Karen refused payment.
I hope it wasn't something I said.
I'm sure you were as tactful as ever. Let me see what I can do.
Oh, wonderful. I hope you have better luck than I did.
So, I have to do it anyways. Cheese and crackers. Should just let me handle it from the beginning.
Lady Karen, Goad tells me you weren't happy with our offer. Would you prefer the debt was repaid in coin?
What debt? I don't recall lending any of you lot me hard-earned gil. I may have tossed a talent or two in the Hideaway's coffers, but those were donations, and you can hardly call it charity if you go asking for it back.
Of course not. But one good turn deserves another. And
Then
our
she can't.
Circumstances have changed.
She can't write it off on her
Surely
taxes.
you wouldn't shun the gratitude of a pauper who happened to have become a prince.
Oh, so you're a prince now, are you? Fine. But I'm selling it and taking what I'm owed, then you're getting the rest whether you like it or not.
Okay.
Where'd you even get this? A decent trader might nab 1,000 talents for a star ruby. A canny one, meanwhile, might claim it were nicked from the belt of Sid the Outlaw himself and ask twice as much. Might be I already have a buyer in mind. Might be you even know her. A fine continental maid whose beauty's only eclipsed by a guile in commerce. You wouldn't mind, would you?
Not at all. Just be sure to tell her that it's always a pleasure doing business.
I hear you ended up delivering all 3 stones. Thanks to this lump. I sometimes wonder what I pay you for.
Speaking of which, I still haven't been paid last month's wages.
Oh, so you remember what's owed to you then? Get your ass behind that disc of yours and don't get up before those ledgers are square.
Right away.
I've seen that before.
Yeah. Plenty of times. It was the only goblet Sid ever used, either out of habit, or because the filthy sod couldn't be bothered to find a clean one.
I knew so little about him.
Like most people.
Martha and the Dame both seem to have fond memories of him.
I bet they do.
How long did you know Sid before he...
had the most epic death of all time?
Before he died. 20 summers, give or take. Back in the day, I was a purser on a trade ship, which is where I met him. He bought passage to... I forget where. But having nothing better to do on the long nights, we sat up drinking island rum till the morning bell dragged me back to my duties. Quit my post not long after that, on account of making a fine maiden's belly fat. But me and Sid stayed close, promising we'd one day sail the seas again. That was before fate stepped in and said she was having none of it. The magic woke inside my son soon after his first name day, and there was no hiding his knack.
Couldn't you and your family have...
My family were the ones who summoned the constable, wanted the monster taken away. I couldn't turn my back on him, forget what I felt, and I couldn't for the life of me understand how they could. Luckily, Sid was of the same mind as me. It was him who stood beside me when all I wanted was to tear the whole world down. Him who cried for me when I had no tears left of my own. Him who swore he'd do everything he could to stop it from happening again. And he was true to his word, too. Left the Royal Army once and for all. His ranks, his ribbons, gone. Just like that. Threw away everything he had. All to right a wrong that no one else had the courage to face. I knew then I'd follow that man to the ends of the earth.
We're getting more Sid content.
was always too clever for his own good, was Sid. Saw the world for what it really was, while the rest of us were content to go along with the lie we were shown. And it can't have been easy, bearing that burden alone. But he didn't let it stop him. He never lost faith in what he believed was right. And that gave us faith in him. Faith he'd steer us true. So I swore to myself that I'd always be right behind him, ready to catch the stubborn sod, if ever he should fall. But I couldn't even do that. Ignore me, just the ramblings of a tired old man. Leave that lot. I'll tidy it up in a bit.
This is Sid's handwriting. Dear Otto.
I may be drunk, but I wanted you to know this place would be fucked without you. Love you, you grumpy old sod.
This note.
Hmm? What about it?
Sid was right. Without you, we'd all be lost.
He should have bloody well said so then. Just once. Before he went. But then, why would he? Him, or anyone? I'd only have told him to piss off. You're wrong, though. Both of you. It was never just me keeping the hideaway afloat. It was all of us. I just shoved people in the right direction, and I barely seem to be able to do that anymore.
Would you rather go at the helm?
Well, maybe I've got a few more years left in me.
I'm going to hold you to that, Otto.
Before you go, Sid would have wanted you to have this.
But that's...
This'll do me just fine.
Hey, Melinda.
Thanks
I love you too.
For the ray of sunshine. I'll see if I can't pay you back.
Already have.
That's fair. That's fair, Fletch. I can see why. That was... Like, it wasn't just so unexpected. Like, it was this mission about... about... Gout screwing up the books, and then ended up being... all about Sid and Otto. According to Otto, Sid never once washed his goblet, despite using it every day for both wine and small beer. I won't have it said that I'm a poor host. Right? They just, like, come out of nowhere. You have all these boring-ass side quests that are just... And then you get these good ones. It's like, fuck, man, I gotta keep doing these side quests. Right? All right. I think we're gonna call it here. I feel like that was a good mission to end on, and I don't think I can handle anymore. Like, we're going to visit Sid's grave next, right? So that'll be, again, that gives us something to look forward to tomorrow. I'll be back tomorrow. Great stream, brother. Thank you, Fletch. Thank you. This was a good one. I had a lot of fun today chatting with everybody. I know. He's still with us. He's always with us. And again, like, I love how they handle character deaths in this game. Because it's true. It's like, when most people are dead, they're not gone, you know? They're still a part of us, and they're still a part of our lives, and even if they're not physically there anymore, they're still there in us, in our memories, and our actions, and our thoughts. Even when you don't want them to, yeah. They actually die when you don't want. Is that what you're? But I don't know. Either way. It took me weeks to accept that Benedicta was gone. Yeah. And I mean, I hate that we are conditioned to think that way. Because there's so much media out there that people just come back from the dead. It's like, you are just like, you're ruining death. You are spoiling death. When it should be this, in a fucked up kind of way, beautiful part of life. And you're just taking that away from me. My memories keep people alive. I tell their stories and that's enough. Exactly. 100% agree, this game does it right. Yeah. Yeah. It's making me feel things. And that's good. That's real good. Yeah. Yeah. Alright. Who's streaming? Who can we raid? Oh, fucking ads. Got a couple people in mind. I just want to make sure. Gotta deal with the ads. I guess I can go ahead and put up the raid messages. Probably why I love it so much. Yeah. There are the raid messages. Wait a minute, ads pause when you click off the tab? That's fucking stupid. Okay, we're not gonna do that one. All right, I know we just did, but we're gonna raid Starps again. Looks like Starps is playing some music. I have stories nobody knows. They shape me and are awesome. We all do, right? We all have stories that shape us. It's a beautiful thing. All right, we are gonna go raid our good friend Starps. She's playing music, and I will be back tomorrow night. Most likely, I'll be back tomorrow night. I have things I have to do tomorrow, so I might be late again tomorrow, but we'll see. We'll see. Hopefully not. All right, y'all. Thank you so much for hanging with me this whole stream. This has been a good one. I look forward to seeing y'all tomorrow. Have a wonderful night. Bye.